Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Monday, April 14th, 2025. We are here this afternoon for a land use hearing. I call this meeting to order, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me if you can. Welcome, everyone. We certainly have a full house this afternoon, so thanks for being here. My name is Kristen Stevens. I'm the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, and with me are my fellow commissioners, Commissioner John Kafalis and Commissioner Jody Shattuck McNally is joining us remotely this afternoon. Behind us from the Clerk and Recorder's Office, we have both Deirdre O'Neill and Diane Cheney helping us with note-taking today. And we also have Frank Haug from our County Attorney's Office to help us with any legal matters that arise. And so I will turn things over to our planning manager, Jenny Axmaker, and she will share some hearing procedure information and introduce our planning staff that's here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joining me at the dais, we have Senior Planner Samantha Mott, Principal Planner Cassidy Fior. We have Ryan Oswaldell and Christina Scretchens from our Planning Admin Support Team. Joining us across the way from our Engineering Department, we have David Pringle and Eric Tracy. We have Laura Culleton, one of the County Planners, and then we have Ashton Brodall and Leah Schneider from our Health Department. And with that, I respectfully request that all members of the audience silence their electronic devices. Please help yourself to a copy of the agenda and hearing procedure instructions located on the wall right over here. Or if you're joining us online, you can find those posted at the website larimer.gov/BOCC/commissioners-meetings. Please wait to speak until you are recognized by the chair. Please maintain civility, refraining from audience applause, comments, or disruptions, whether positive and or negative. Please make all comments to the Board of County Commissioners from the podium. We do have a portable mic available if needed. Please state your name at the beginning of your comments and provide the spelling of your name if it's unique. And please speak directly into the microphone so that remote participants may hear you. That microphone on the podium can be adjusted in order to work best for your height. Questions may be asked during your testimony, but they will not be answered at that time until public comment has been concluded. Upon request, we do have assisted listening devices available for the hearing impaired. For those on Zoom, attendees will be muted until they are recognized by the chair. If an online attendee wishes to speak or request a consent item to be removed, please use the raise your hand function on the Zoom control bar or *9 on your phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. All right, now I'll go through some additional information, including what's on our agenda today. We would normally have items on our consent agenda, which are items that we usually approve in bulk, but all of the items this afternoon are public hearing discussion items. So we anticipate this will be a fairly long meeting. We may break for lunch so if you're here for the last item, you may be waiting a little bit, and we appreciate your patience. So I'll go through those items, and then we'll go to the first item. So the 4 items that we have on our public hearing discussion agenda this afternoon are first, the Larimer on the Move Comprehensive Safety Action Plan and Vision Zero Policy Adoption, and that will be a presentation by our engineering staff on our transportation plan. The next item is the Isaacs Appeal, file number 25 GNRL 0564. This is an appeal of the Community Development Director's decision regarding a non-conforming use, and that is regarding the Horsetooth Tavern. The third item on the land use hearing is the Heller short-term rental special review, file number 24 Zone 3625. The applicant in this case requests a special review approval for a 4-bedroom and 1 additional sleeping area for 9 guests for a short-term rental in an existing single-unit residence, and this is on Skinner Gulch in Loveland. And then the final item that we have on the agenda is the Bennett short-term rental, file number 23, Zone 3427. That is also a short-term rental request for a 2-bedroom and 1 additional sleeping area short-term rental in an existing single-unit residence, and that is on Foothills Drive in the Horsetooth area. So we will start with the first agenda item, and that is the Larimer on the Move Comprehensive Safety Action Plan and Vision Zero Policy Adoption. I believe that Eric Tracy, our senior civil engineer, is here to present on this item. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Commissioners. All right, I'm Eric Tracy, again with the Larimer County Engineering Department. Thank you for having us. We're excited to be here today with you to present the first portion of our Larimer on the Move project. This portion is our safety action plan, and this plan has been under development for some time now. We have Garov here is with Felsberg, Holt, and Oldvig, our consultant that has been working on this. So I'm going to take the time to hand it right over to Garov, and he'll do the presentation. I'll be available for questions as well.
Thank you, Eric. Welcome, Garov. Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. Just a gentle reminder, colleagues, please talk into the mic. I would appreciate that. And for everyone.
How's that? That's good. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see you again. I'll be presenting on the Safety Action Plan. Yes, there we go. So the Safety Action Plan is funded by the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from FSWA, USDOT. And the idea is to create a safety plan that looks at the whole paradigm of safety under the Safety Action Plan components that you see here. The safe system approach is the guiding principle here, which means that safety is a shared responsibility. It's not just vehicles, it's not just pedestrians, it's all of us together, everything from policy to design to the future of safety itself. So you can see the components that are required by the USDOT for an applicable safety action plan, with the eventual goal of even applying for implementation grants in the future, so we can actually put these safety improvements in place. Leadership, commitment, and goal setting is the first one. The goal setting is a ambitious goal of committing to an eventual zero deaths and severe injuries in the transportation network. The idea is that we have been improving safety. Larimer County has been really good at improving safety over the years, but we want to come up with a plan that breaks the curve, and we want to commit to a zero. So what you see there are roads and sidewalks in the jurisdiction of Larimer County. The goal is to eliminate traffic-related deaths by 2040 and traffic-related serious injuries by 2045. We have a planning structure, which was a transportation oversight committee with the county, which we met monthly throughout the process. And the idea there is to guide the consulting team, and as we work with the county together to make sure that we are covering all the bases, we're making sure that we're doing a comprehensive plan. A big part of this safety action plan process is engagement, collaboration, and equity. So the idea is not just crash data, but hear from the public what the issues are, basically get an insight into safety issues. A lot of times you understand about near misses, which is not in crash data. So stuff like that is extremely crucial for development of a comprehensive plan. The safety analysis, of course, data analysis is at the core of it all, which is statistical analysis of the crash data that's been recorded over the latest available 5 years of crash data. And then the eventual goal of developing implementation strategies and prioritized projects. The idea is not only analysis, but what does that mean for the system? So we identify basically the strategies that we want to put in place and then projects that we want to implement in the future. So this is a living document. The idea is you identify what are the safety needs, and then as time goes on, we implement as many projects as you can, apply for grants, etc. The last piece is progress and transparency. That's another requirement. The idea being we don't want to just do all of this in a black box. We want to be transparent about it. We want the data to be available to the public to see, and to Larimer County as well, officials and everybody, just to make sure that We can track what improvements were put in place and did those improvements work? And if they didn't work, what else can we do? So that's the idea behind this 8-step process. I'll start with the engagement and collaboration piece. We did multiple pop-up events, in-person events. We had a social pinpoint online web map as well. And we also had a statistically valid survey that was sent out to members of the community. So what you see up there is like the pop-ups, the count, over 1,100 responses that we got, and then what you hear, what we have under what we heard is a synopsis of all the things that we were hearing. But these were the top few in which safety related to vulnerable users was a big point that people made. Speeding, aggressive driving, some of these driver behaviors was also a part of the concerns that people had, and then. Some of the third ones is related to traffic engineering design and improvements in there. The second piece of the human behavior I just want to mention is 90% of the crashes involve human behavior. So human behavior is at the core of it, which is why going through this comprehensive plan covers not only engineering solutions, but also other strategies to influence. Regarding the safety data and the trends that we were seeing, so these were, what you see here is what we developed a couple of maps. One's called a high injury network, and the other one's called a high risk network. The high injury network is based off of crashes. Where do we see the highest number of crashes? Ideally, we would want to improve all the roadways in the system, but you have to prioritize. So the development of a HIN, or the high injury network, helps prioritize locations. And so this is what we were seeing. You can see that it accounts for 64% of the severe crashes and 81 of the killed and severely injured crashes, when it's only within just 15% of the roadways. So the idea is if you improve 15%, you will have a significant improvement in safety. That's the goal. The high risk network is also really interesting. For one thing, we saw a significant overlap between the high risk and the high injury network. The way high risk networks are developed is you take the crashes of concern and then you develop causal factors for those crashes. It could be geometry, environmental conditions, volume, things of that nature. And then you find where those factors are in the system, and that becomes your high risk. So even if there wasn't a crash at a location, we do identify high risk locations and then being proactive about safety there. These are the focus areas that we identified based on the crash data. Intersections, especially unsignalized intersections in the county, were of prime concern, as were corridors. So the high-risk rural mountain corridors, where we're seeing a lot of roadway departure crashes. So that's one of the primary issues that we see in the county, along with rollover and rear-end crashes. So these were the corridors that were of concern. The other focus area was the vulnerable users. So vulnerable users, basically people who are not inside a passenger car, like you're on a bike, a pedestrian, a motorcycle. You are more susceptible to high injury and potentially fatal crashes. So those were of concern identified. And then the last one was human behavior and driver actions that we wanted to influence through education and outreach, things of that nature. Top factors being speeding, distracted driving, and reckless and aggressive driving. Equity, I mentioned earlier, equity is an important piece in this process that required per the previous IGA. The idea being that a lot of times in history, some of these equity areas were disproportionately impacted by a lack of infrastructure leading to unsafe conditions. So we want to identify equity areas and then help prioritize projects based on that. So this was the equity map that was developed. One thing I probably should have mentioned at the onset was that this project is being done along with the Transportation Master Plan, which is in development right now. So this equity piece is also something that we developed with the Transportation Master Plan as part of this Safety Action Plan as well. So this gives an idea of how we finally prioritize the projects. So for the safety project, so the master plan has a lot more components to this process, but for the safety, we focused on safety impact, travel choice, equity, and community input. So this is how we were able to prioritize one project over another based on a weighted score that was developed based on all of these criteria. Implementation strategies. So we went through the process of garnering public input, understanding equity, doing the data analysis, identifying focus crash areas. So now how do we solve the problem? So what we did was focus on these three elements to develop our bins of improvements, engineering or outreach or enforcement. So safer people, safer roads, and safer speeds were the three that we focused on for developing our solutions. The key actions for implementation, I'm not going to read through those, but the idea is to target the locations of concern, target the human behavior of concern and risk factors of concern, things like that, and then eventually leading to the performance tracking via a safety dashboard. The safer people, again, you see that's the education, enforcement, and outreach side of things. Safer roads is the engineering countermeasures that we identified. So we also developed a safety toolbox, which is basically as the name suggests, a toolbox of solutions that we can pick to solve the issues that we're seeing. And the safer speed. Speed management is always the trickiest of issues that we have because it's hard to manage. It not only has engineering involvement, also has human behavior involvement. So that is a multi-pronged approach of design, enforcement, policy solutions that we wanted to bring upon, that we mentioned in this document as well. One thing I did want to mention is what the county is already doing. So the part is this action plan is built upon all ongoing efforts from the county, and then those efforts keep moving along. So, for example, along with the solutions, the county also does a safety analysis every year in its internal process of tracking. So this is building upon all the work that that the county has been doing. So, and it ranges from everything from the annual report to safety programs and, of course, the education outreach efforts. As part of progress and transparency, we have developed a dashboard. So the idea here is that this would be a dashboard that could get updated as crash data is available. So, but what you can easily track in this is trends, factors, projects. So the idea is, again, transparency is extremely important, and the metrics that we'll be following are, the fatalities as they change, as projects are completed, the severe injuries, overall injuries, and how the dollars that are being invested are improving safety. And if it doesn't, then it's also another way to make sure that we can reinvest or redirect investment in areas that do work. I think this is the recommended motion.
Yes. So, commissioners, again, adoption of this plan is the first part of the Larimer on the Move program. But this is part of that SS4A, or Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. And a part of that was adopting this Vision Zero commitment statement as well that's found in the report. Gaurav, can you forward? Oh, go back.
I'll go back. Further?
Well, so really it's two parts to the motion. The first is adoption of the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan and also adoption of the Vision Zero commitment statement. So go back to the recommended motion.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for us?
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Kavalis, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. On Saturday, I was up in LaPorte for one of my community conversations at the Me Oh My coffee shop, and we talked about the transportation, Larimer on the Move, and the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. One of the folks who was there, I think someone who's been in the community for a long time, lives up on Whale Rock Road, talked about the Risk Canyon Road. And I noticed on some of the maps that are part of the report, it does highlight that that's an area that's a high risk and there are injuries. So my question there, colleagues, is given the nature of that road, how it's very narrow with a lot of sharp curves, a lot of bicyclists, vulnerable users use it a lot. What can we do within the prioritization scheme to actually improve the safety of that road? Because he commented how state law from a few years ago indicates you have to give bicyclists three feet right of way, most of that road up until the top is double lines and on and on. How do we make a road like that a little bit safer?
So it is complicated, but one of the I think tenets of safety improvements is that safety is proactive is one piece, but also redundancy is crucial. So it's not one solution that you put in place to improve safety, but it is a solution upon a solution, and you provide redundancy and improvement. So if there is, for example, overturning issues in that corridor, one of the things that we are looking into is, and of course, this will have to be site specific, and as we get into design or things of that nature, it has to be looked at even closer. But some of the elements that we're proposing could be as simple as wider edgeline striping, which has been proven to improve perception, especially in low light conditions, and improving the driver experience as well. Provision of centerline rumble strips, which helps people stay in the lane and control speeds as well. And even edgeline rumble strips, of course, those would have to be considered alongside the usage by well-known road users and make sure it's not doesn't interfere with bikes, for example. But those improvements advance better signing, better retroreflectivity. A lot of these locations in the mountains, you can't really go and do roadside improvements or widen. It's just not feasible. Your economic impacts, your environmental impacts are considerations, but these are other some simpler solutions that you can put in place. I believe the county has already looked at appropriate speed limits along these corridors, so I suspect that those are appropriate. But then, putting in these kind of countermeasures, one on top of the other, alongside each other, will have a gradual impact on that. The other piece that could be done is about outreach or education. And in terms of letting people know what are the issues that they're seeing, so it's not a surprise. A lot of times in the county roads, you have a lot of recreational traffic. People are not as familiar with some of these roads, so providing some of this kind of information could be useful as well. Just have people prepare, as an example.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Garrett. I don't have any other questions. Just a couple of quick comments, mostly to express my appreciation for this undertaking. I think it's been a very thoughtful, comprehensive, informed process, engaging the community, and I think it's a really important step forward to creating the type of transportation that meets everyone's needs, that gives people choices, and hopefully helps people to be safe and gets us to that Vision Zero goal in the future. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavallis. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, any questions for Gara or our engineering staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just appreciate the presentation. I know we have looked at this a few times in our public meetings. I want to thank Director Leslie Ellis, Mark Peterson, Art Tracy, and Rusty, all of the staff, and along with our wonderful consultants who have worked with us as we reached out to the community and got some really, I thought, engaging feedback and engagement. And I appreciate that outreach to our community. I don't really have any questions. I feel like this is comprehensive and really a good motion going forward. And I do really support the Vision Zero commitment statement and really putting safety as a part of the priority for this Larimer on the Move comprehensive plan. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to express my gratitude.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also appreciate the plan. I really like the safe systems approach. So safer people, safer roads, and safer speeds. When we're talking about safer people, some of that is behavioral change of how people, trying to get people maybe not to speed, not to be distracted and look at their phone, not to drive when they're tired. Do we envision any, besides maybe signage, which I saw in the plan, do we envision any sort of educational plans going forward to really, and I don't know exactly what that would look like, but is there anything that we would do sort of beyond signage or some of the things, restriping and things that you were speaking about, to really help people, maybe make better choices?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think education and outreach is imperative for for behavior change. Like I said, human behavior is 90% of our issues that we see in crashes. But part of it is also influencing human behavior through design as well. So, for example, the speed choice that we make inherently is reflected by the facility that you're driving on. So, I think I mentioned this before, 40 miles an hour on a freeway feels very different than 40 miles an hour on a local street. It's how we, so it's like designing our system to be appropriate for the speeds is one element of influencing human behavior. But the education and outreach, it cannot be, and of course, one of the things, interesting thing, the human behavior side of things is unlike engineering countermeasures, we do before after studies, statistically valid studies, and then you come up with 15% reduction is expected. Not so much with human behavior. It's a lot harder to basically document those kind of impacts. So that's why you have to do multiple outreaches and you have to do multiple education. You have to. It's an ongoing process. It's not you put an engineering countermeasure in place and you're done. It's something that has to become part of the safety process itself. So I think that's like a community thing of understanding how important that is and making it part of the safety approach.
Great. And then I'll just direct maybe to Eric or engineering. Having this plan allows us to access other dollars. I just want the public to understand that, we want safer roads, and we can make them safer by accessing some of this federal funding that will be available once this plan is adopted. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. This is really the first part of the Safe Roads and Streets for All program, is developing the safety action plan. Moving forward, there is opportunity to go after implementation or demonstration money through that same program. But beyond just the SS4A program, this plan is outlining safety improvements that we can seek funding from the Highway Safety Improvement Program and other programs that are available to us.
We know there's always a shortage of dollars to work on our roads, and so this does line us up in a good space to be able to get these additional dollars. So thank you, Garo, for your work as well, and appreciate that. Do we have public comment on this item?
I believe we do need to have a public hearing, yes.
That's what I believe. So, are there any other questions or comments before we
No,
let?
Madam Chair.
Okay. Then we will move to public comment on this item, and I imagine that most people are here for other items, but I will offer it to the people in the audience. Is there anyone who would like to give public comment on this item? Yeah, I would give, we'll be giving 2 minutes tonight for public comment. So is there anyone who would like to publicly comment on this item? Can we ask if there's anyone online?
If there are any members of the public online who would like to make comment on this item, please use the raise hand function now. We have no hands raised.
Well, it must mean that everybody's supportive of public safety on our roads, and we appreciate that. So, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the commissioners. I don't believe there's any other further engagement on this issue, so I will ask Commissioner Shattuck McNally if you'll make the motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the Larimer on the Move Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, including the Vision Zero commitment statement as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 That motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Garov. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mark. And the whole engineering team for your work and your engagement and your outreach on this item.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, if you might let me interrupt.
Sure,
we have
please,
a bigger turnout than we originally expected.
Oh, sure.
We have the next room available, but it's going to be a little bit noisy for a minute as we take that wall down. So would you mind giving us just 1 minute while we get ready for the next item to open up that wall and get some more seats available?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So we're going to just take a couple minutes of a break, and we're going to open the wall, and all of a sudden everybody's going to have a place to sit. Although I think with some staff leaving, we might actually have opened up some seats. So, but we'll make it more comfortable for folks. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for giving us a moment to get things settled, and I bet everybody's much more comfortable now, nobody leaning against walls. So we will go on to our next agenda item, which is the Isaacs Appeal, file number 25 GNRL 0564. I'm just going to explain for everyone in the audience a little bit about how these public hearings work if it's your first time joining us. So basically, our staff gives a presentation on the item and a description of the item, and the commissioners can ask clarifying questions after that. Then the applicant would do a presentation. We give the applicant 10 minutes to do a presentation. We can ask questions after that presentation as well. Then there'll be public testimony. We'll do 2 minutes for anyone who wants to give public comment on this item. Just so you know, we have received on all of these three next items a lot of emails, and we've read through those. Those are part of the public record. And if you come up to give public testimony and you're really saying the same thing as the person who came before you, you can just say ditto, or I echo that, or I feel the same way. If feel free to add any new information you have, but that'll make things go along a little quicker. After public testimony, we will have the applicant's response. So the applicant will have 5 minutes to rebut or respond to anything that they heard from the public. And then we will have commissioners can ask questions of both the staff and the applicant, and then we will deliberate and make a decision. And that'll be the process for the next 3 items. So we will start with the Isaacs Appeal, and I will ask if there is a staff presentation, which I believe there is, and we will start with that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and members in attendance online and in person. The project before you right now is the Isaacs Appeal. It's file number 25 GNRL 0564. Is a request for an appeal of the Community Development Director's decision regarding a nonconforming use. Specifically, that outdoor amplified music was not considered an existing nonconforming use on the property where the Horsetooth Tavern is located. The applicants and property owners are Donovan and Don Isaacs, and the property is located to the west of Horsetooth Reservoir and just west of County Road 38E. The property is 0.47 acres. It is zoned RC, rural commercial. It currently contains a restaurant, a bar with an outdoor patio, and 2 apartments above the restaurant. Indoor amplified music is allowed, and outdoor non-amplified music is allowed on the property currently. The applicants do have the ability to apply for a planning process called an administrative special review to seek planning approval for outdoor amplified music at the site. I just wanted to define nonconformities because I mentioned the director determined that this was not a nonconforming use. A nonconforming use is defined in the land use code as, as a use that does not conform to the requirements of this code, but did conform to all the applicable zoning requirements at the time of adoption, revision, or amendment of the code. According to Article 1.10 of the Land Use Code, the director has the authority to determine whether a use is nonconforming. A property owner can make a written request for a formal decision about whether a land use, a building, a structure, or another site feature is legally conforming, which is what the Isaacs did. The Land Use Code specifies that the burden of proof for establishing the existence of a nonconformity shall be the responsibility of the applicant or the property owner. So I wanted to give a brief timeline. If you look in the agenda packet, there is a more detailed timeline in the director's determination letter, as well as in the staff report, but I just wanted to highlight some of the key items of the timeline. And happy to talk about other things later if people have questions. But just wanted to point out that mainly the timeline is based on aerial photographs. In 1972, the restaurant building was constructed on the subject property. At that time, there were 2 lots involved, and I believe it was the same owner that owned both those lots, the subject lot and the lot directly to the south. The north lot had the restaurant and some seating on the south side of the restaurant, and then the seating continued onto the adjacent lot to the south.
In 1992, a building permit was pulled to construct a 14 by 16 foot covered stage on the adjacent lot to the south, the vacant lot, not the subject lot. The county recognized at that time that recognized outdoor music as an approved use on that adjacent lot during daylight hours only. And the reason we can say that is because there is a note in the building permit from a county staff member. And that note, I believe, is both into the director's determination letter and in the staff report. In 1999, the stage was still in place on the adjacent lot to the south, but sometime before 2002, the stage had been removed. Sometime between 2012, 2014 approximately, the current covered stage on the subject lot was constructed. No building permits or zoning approvals were obtained, and no reference to a stage or musical performance area on the plot plans was identified. In 2024, the owners submitted an as-built building permit, kind of an after the fact, after the construction was already completed, for the covered bar stage on the subject lot. And again, that was built sometime between 2012, 2014. The county recognized that music had been performed outdoors on the adjacent lot to the south, again, not the subject lot. But the required approval had never been obtained for the subject lot. Internal discussions were held as to whether outdoor music could continue without approval. It was decided that as part of that permitting process, that if the music was not amplified, it would be allowed. So as part of the permitting process for that as-built covered bar stage, the owner signed an affidavit. It contained language stating that a planning application would be required if they wanted to have outdoor amplified music in the future. In 2024, the owners applied for a non-conforming determination from the Community Development Director attempting to say that the bar had always had the outdoor amplified music and it should be allowed to continue. That the director determined that there was not enough evidence to determine that outdoor amplified music was a non-conforming use on the subject lot. I wanted to bring up this aerial because this helps orient you to the next two drawings I have. On this particular aerial, north is to the right. Horsetooth Reservoir is just below this lot. The subject lot is highlighted here. And then the lot that I keep referring to as the adjacent lot to the south is shown right here, if you can see my cursor. So that helps hopefully orient you to these next two drawings. In 1994, the stage, this is a plot plan that shows the stage on the adjacent lot to the south. I've circled it in red. What you don't see here is this is two lots. You see the restaurant that's on the subject lot. The stage is on the lot to the south. I did not put the lot line because there has been a boundary line adjustment since then, adjusting the lot line. So I didn't identify where the division between these two lots are, but I just want to let you know that the restaurant is on the subject lot and the stage is on the lot to the south in 1994. Then we move forward to 2024 and the building permit, and now this drawing is just the subject lot, and I'm highlighting where the stage is. So you see the area in red, that's probably somewhere approximately in here. And I can go back to those drawings if it's helpful, but I wanted to show you that the lot to the south had the stage in 1994. That's the stage that was later removed. And then the stage that was constructed between 2012, 2014 is the stage that you see on the subject lot in that 2024 image. I also wanted to show you a photograph. This, as you can see, is from the year 2000. This is from the south of the subject lot, looking towards the restaurant bar. That's the outdoor seating area. And what I want to point out is you can see right here next to the stairs where the tree and the red bushes are, that's the location of the stage today. So you can see that it wasn't there in 2000. Again, as I mentioned, the director had made a decision, and that was in December of 2024, that outdoor amplified music was not considered a non-conforming use.
That was based on a review of information submitted by the applicants, a review of the permitting history and uses on the property, and a review of the co-compliance research, which planning staff participated in. The director did list several reasons why the application was denied, and you can find more detail in the director's decision letter and in the staff report, but just to highlight a couple of those. There had not been a prior land use approval for the outdoor music on the subject property. There is a statement that even if the property were to be viewed as a whole, rather than those two separate parcels, the subject parcel and the parcel to the south, because the outdoor stage was removed prior to 2002 and the new stage was not permitted until 2024, any prior approval would have lapsed. And then lastly, the competent evidence has not been provided that proves that amplified outdoor music has been performed on the property every year since the amended comprehensive zoning resolution, which is now referred to as our land use code, went into effect in 1973. The issuance of the 2024 building permit for the stage, along with the affidavits, and I mentioned one previously, established approval for outdoor music on the new stage. However, this approval only authorizes the non-amplified outdoor music. So again, they're allowed to have outdoor non-amplified music, indoor amplified music, but no outdoor amplified music. So where we are today is the appeal. The county commissioners are authorized to hear and decide appeals where a person asserts that there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or refusal made by an administrative officer or agency in the administration or enforcement of the code. Or a person asserts that the director made an error in interpreting the text of the code. The county commissioners can affirm the director's decision, affirm with modifications, or deny the appeal. Referral comments, this was sent to a few internal referral agencies, which include the health department, engineering, and co-compliance, and none of the referral agencies had any specific comments on this. The health department did note that the noise ordinance, because the applicants referenced it in their appeal request, the noise ordinance was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners in 1997, and that noise ordinance applies to all existing and new land uses. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. Engineering indicated they didn't have any comments, and co-compliance, although they didn't have any new comments, they did provide a timeline of the uses and permitting, which I have used in this PowerPoint. And as Commissioner Stevens mentioned, that there were numerous community member comments received. When the agenda was put together, I think I had about 5 or 6 community member comments. There were about close to 60 additional ones that were provided to the commissioners today that were not included in the packet. Findings. It's the conclusion of the development review team that the applicant did not provide evidence that the community development director's decision is an error or inconsistent with the intent and purpose of the code. The development services team is recommending that the Board of County Commissioners deny the appeal and do not reverse the determination of the director. And I have included a motion when we get to that point. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Or go back to any photos also, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Any questions? Commissioner Kofalis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Samantha. Thanks to everyone for being here. 2 questions come to mind for staff at this time. One is, in the material that we read, it was suggested that an alternative planning process would be a administrative special review. Related to that, if that were the path this were to take, how long would that take?
That is a great question. The administrative special review, it's a process where it gets sent to referral agencies as well as neighbors. And I believe it's kind of a wide range of how long it takes. There's variables like if they have to resubmit, but this would just be for outdoor amplified music. So I'm guessing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking maybe 6 months on average, could be less, maybe 4 to 6.
Thank you. Would you concur with that, Madam Planning Manager?
Yes, but I would hope that we could get through it slightly quicker.
Well, I raised that question in part because the Horsetooth Tavern, the business, and we'll get to all all the issues at hand. But it's a seasonal kind of business, and if we were to pursue that alternative planning process, I don't think it could be completed in time for them to be able to operate the way they would like to operate in the summertime.
I would like to add one thing about the process, because I too agree that we would like to get it through the process quicker, but this is one where if they're only asking for the outdoor amplified music, there's no other, other than perhaps information regarding noise, no other technical reports or other documents. So the submittal requirements are much more simplified. So a lot of times with our projects, we have to get resubmittals, but that's probably wouldn't be the case in this scenario. And that's what makes it take longer when we have to get a resubmittal.
May I do one more follow-up, please? No, thank you, Samantha. That's helpful. Related to the noise issue, and maybe this is a question for our folks in Environment and Health. I understood that regardless of the path forward, if it was approval of this appeal or perhaps the alternative planning process, the noise ordinance would still have to be adhered to. Could someone speak to that, please? Because I think I read that the applicant expressed concerns that it was unachievable based on their interest regarding amplified music. I wonder if someone could speak to that.
Hi, this is Leah Schneider with the Health Department. So yeah, the noise ordinance was adopted before our time and for here, but the idea being that existing uses would have to comply with this in order to protect quality of life for our residents in unincorporated Larimer County. We've actually been to the site. We've done some noise measurements in the area, and they are able to maintain 55 or less, which is the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that's just kind of going through. We had a band playing while we were walking around in the evening. They would need a little bit more mitigation to help them get to the 50 decibels for the after 7 p.m.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, colleagues. And I imagine when it's the applicant's turn, they can do their best to speak to that. Because I think that was a concern that I read in the material. I think that's all I have for now of staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shannock McNeil, any questions of staff?
I don't have any questions for staff at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I do not have any either, so we'll ask the applicant to come up. So that is Donovan and Don Isaacs. And as I said before, you'll have 10 minutes to present, and then we may ask you questions after that, and maybe even after that. So, but welcome, and we'll get the timer started for you, and please proceed.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. Really appreciate it. I'd like to go through a pattern of what we've gone through to this point and with Larimer County and how much time and money it has cost us doing business here. The first, and these aren't all related, but they led me to the decision to sign that affidavit agreeing to non-amplified music, because at that point we didn't have a choice. First one, the apartments above the bar. We were told that they're not allowed to be rented, and it's only allowed to be used for dry storage, because there's no permit, that was never permitted, and so we kick out our tenants, we're losing money. Turns out that permit was approved, and Poudre Fire Authority had asked to change the address of the building. And so the permit was under 4701, not 4791. Again, mistakes happen, but that was a mistake that cost us money. Next, the building permit. We're only asking to put in 2 doors and remove 2 non-structural walls. They claimed that was a change of occupancy. Well, upon the final inspection with your senior building inspector, he told me that there's a lot of inexperienced people in the county office, and it wasn't a change of occupancy. You didn't need to do a sprinkler system and do all these other things to comply, which that is what delayed the building permit 14 months. First, it was a $150,000 sprinkler system. Not possible, The water company does not supply a 4-inch water main. So then their next option would be to bury a 30,000 gallon tank on the property and run a glycol system for a sprinkler system. That wasn't possible, and Poudre Fire Authority agreed to let us do a $27,000 fire alarm system where they get a phone call instantly if the alarm goes off. Again, your building inspector told us that it was not a change of occupancy. This building has been a restaurant bar since it was built. And all we did is continue to operate as a restaurant bar. Changing the level of occupancy patrons, the number of people in the bar, is not a change of occupancy. He described to me that change of occupancy would go from a salon to a bar restaurant, something completely different. This has always been a bar restaurant. This mistake cost us $50,000 and a lot of time. Next, the liquor license through clerk and recorder. The previous tenants went in 3 months after we evicted them and renewed their liquor license after we kicked them out. The clerk and recorder says that we cannot revoke their liquor license for that reason. I'm like, they're not in business. And they told my wife the only way that they can revoke the license is with 3 violations. Well, they're not in business. At that time, they had vacated the premises for months. It's impossible to get violations when they're not in business. The county told us that there's nothing they can do and to go to the state. So we went to the state. The state says, yes, that is on the county, and all you need to do is write a notarized letter saying that you evicted them on the state. We did that. Still, nope, there's nothing we can do. Without 3 violations, we cannot revoke their liquor license, and theoretically, they could renew it again next year and the year after and prevent you from ever opening. I finally got really pissed. I came into the office and I threatened to get an attorney, and I said I would like to see the renewal form for the liquor license. And the woman I was speaking with said that I cannot show you the renewal form because you don't have a liquor license. And I said, well, I don't have a liquor license because you're not doing your due diligence and you're refusing to do your job. I said, I just want to see a blank form. She refused to show me the blank form. I said, my attorney will be in tomorrow and he will get that form. Well, tomorrow came and I got a call from her supervisor because I said, on that form, I'm guessing it will say, has anything changed with your business or location? And she says, Donovan, you're absolutely right. It does say, has anything changed with your business? And they lied on their application and said no. So that is grounds to revoke the license. All we need from you is a letter stating that you evicted them. I said, okay. I forwarded the same letter I'd given them 8 months prior. Here you go. Forwarded that letter. And they said, thanks. That's all we needed. Well, you had it 8 months ago. So repeatedly, it's been costing us time and money. We damn near bankrupt ourselves trying to do this. And now, the stage, come on, man. It's had live music for 50 years. Amplified. We're not trying to be loud. We're not trying to make big rock concerts. The sound mitigation to the stage, I built a huge fence after Leah was there and took her measurements of 55 decibels. A 7-foot tall fence with a lip on the top of it, spray foamed on one side to deaden the sound, and it definitely lowered it more than 30 decibels from where it was. And I would like her to come up and reevaluate with a band playing to show that the sound mitigation that I put in is working. And as long as we don't exceed the decibel limits, but the county allows a 50 decibels from 7 to 10 and 55 up until 7. If we don't exceed that decibel level, then why can't we have live music? This place will not exist without live music. And there's already been thousands of bar restaurants that have closed from labor costs and food costs. And if we can't kick butt in the summer, we're not going to make it through winter.
Hi, thank you. I have a couple of things to say, just mostly regarding the ASR for the special review process. We did actually, I'd like the commissioners to know that we also submitted that as well. And we would we're willing to move forward with whatever we have to do, obviously. But as you said, Commissioner Gonzalez getting us getting this happening before the summer is the key here, because that's where we're going to make all of our money to be able to survive through next winter. But that's the main thing I have to say. And obviously, like Donovan said, we're not trying to have loud concerts, and we want to be respectful to the neighbors.
Sorry, we did try non-amplified acoustic music on the stage. And with people on the patio eating and talking and drinking without a microphone to sing into, you can't hear them. The reason I signed that affidavit was because at that time, so much time had passed. They told me that if I didn't sign that, it would take up to 10 months to get the building permit. And at that point, we were already closed for a year. It took us 18 months to get open. So I signed it, and in that affidavit, it said if you can prove there's been amplified music dating back to 1972, then you can continue to have it. I said, what kind of proof? They asked for Polaroid pictures of every show played at that bar dating back to 1972. How is that possible? It's not.
But we did have a lot of neighbor support and musicians that have played there over the years, and that was what we sent into the director. And that's essentially what we're trying to appeal, is the decision to not have it be.
Yeah, because they gave us the opportunity to prove that there was amplified music there dating back all the way till maybe not on the stage. The stages were built, but they played music right there in the dirt before the stage was there. So the amplified music's been there, but the stages are really not relevant to whether or not there was music at this time or that time. Several people said the bands used to set up right there on the patio, just on the concrete patio. And again, if we keep it within decibel range, I just want to be able to have my patio hear the music. That's it. I'm not trying to have people 8 blocks up get blown out of the water from loud rock and roll. You know, it's not the same 10 classic rock songs. We have jazz, we have blues, we have bluegrass. It's culture. It's all kinds of music. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. You can use your last minute and 8 seconds if you want to.
The permit, so us playing music that first week we were open, that was an honest mistake on our part. My general contractor that was here, or he is here in the audience, he searched the porthole for the permit numbers and searched and said, look, they removed the non-amplified music from the affidavit. Well, there was 2 different permits. There's a permit for the inside work done to the bar, and there was the permit that came later for the stage and outdoor bar. And for some reason, his general contractor number, license number, didn't bring up that second permit. So the only reason we did go ahead and have amplified music a couple nights prior to Chad Gray calling me and telling me no more. And since that call, we haven't had any more. But that was an accident. I thought that the county decided to remove it. And as soon as we found out that there was a separate, I had to access the other porthole because for some reason my general contractor his number wasn't associated with it, but he is the one who pulled the permit. So I don't know how that didn't end up on there, but.
Thank you. Thank you, Donovan and Dawn. I appreciate it. Your time is up, but we might have some questions for you, so we'll have you stay put for a second. Commissioner Cafalas, any questions for the applicants?
I get to go first again?
Well, we can let
fine.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally go first. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, would you like to go first?
Sure, Madam Chair. I was hoping the applicant could just clarify again. Is he submitting the building permits or his general contractor? I'm confused about, can he clarify who's been submitting which applications for what? Thank you.
My general contractor submitted for the permits to do the work to the building. But he doesn't have anything to do with the application for the amplified music.
Okay.
We submitted that, and we paid the $1,400 application fee. Just in case this ends up being a fail, we wanted to get that application process started because if we don't have amplified music this summer, I'm afraid we're not going to make it through next winter. Simple as that.
Thank you. That's like all my question is for right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kafalos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. It seems like some of the main issues here are, for example, the first one I think that's most important, and I believe you provided some information that helped answer my question related to this issue, and that is the historical use. It's been said that since the opening of the Horsetooth Tavern way back in the day, 1972, which is the year that I graduated from high school, so I was not able to go up there, that there's been continuous music, including amplified music. But then there was a period where the stage came down, and then another stage was built, as the pictures show, I think between 2012 and 2014. So could you expand on that a little bit, Don and Donovan? You mentioned that there was music, folks are playing in the dirt. Could you say a little bit more about that? And also, why is there a 2-year interval between when this new stage was built? Shouldn't we know when the stage was built, the new stage?
Well, the county's there inspecting the kitchen once a year at least. And this kitchen and outdoor bar, which were never permitted, I don't know why it took until now, until we spent every dollar we had remodeling and making this place really nice, to all of a sudden find out that was never permitted, and at that point you lost your amplified music grandfathered in rights. I don't know why. We don't know when that stage was exactly built. We bought the property 7 years ago, roughly.
2019.
But your contention is that there has been continuous...
There has, and we've submitted proof to that. So we've submitted several notarized affidavits to the county with neighbors up there that have been living there, including the guy who laid the brick while he was in high school, Jack Daniels. He actually built the building, and he ended up owning and running it later in life. But several people that are older than you have said there's been amplified music there, whether it's being played on the concrete patio or on a stage, vice versa. Going back to the late 70s, at least we've had proof, and we submitted magazine articles, newspaper articles, things like that, that show that it's had amplified music dating way back.
May I continue with a couple more, please? Thank you. I think another issue is there was the granting in 2024 of the as-built permit, and then along with that, folks were asked to sign an affidavit. And I think from the community development director's perspective, by signing that affidavit, it was implying that you all were acknowledging that there wasn't a non-conforming use, a continuous non-conforming use, but you've also stated that it was always your intention to either apply for special review or go through this process. And then you talked about some delays. Could you expand on that, clarify that, please?
Yeah, by the time we got that information from the county, at first I was told by Chad Gray that we're not allowed to use the outdoor stage or outdoor bar until they're permitted, stamped by the engineers and the county. So we started that process to get that done. Well, then they came in with a second affidavit and said, well, we added no amplified music to it. But in that affidavit, it said, unless you can prove, it gave us an out. It gave us like, well, if you can prove that there's been amplified. So at that point, to fight it at that point would have delayed us opening. And then we would have went bankrupt. We had to get open. So we signed it thinking, well, we'll try acoustic music and then go through the process to get amplified. But we signed it because our backs were in the corner and we didn't have a choice. We had to get open.
Yeah, and we figured we'd do the process and do the proving that there's been live music, thinking that would be easy. But everything takes a really long time.
May I just ask one more for now? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I have at least one more question here. So I'm also understanding that, as you mentioned just a moment ago, that you've attempted to provide a quite a litany of history, from operational records to social media posts to even an old friend of mine who used to be quite the music, good old Tim back in the day. But you provided all this information, and I think our folks provided the community development director's decision to not grant the non-conforming use was based primarily on code compliance records. And so I wonder, well, I guess I want to state that I'm just trying to navigate that. We're basing it on information that we have from code compliance records, 1972, 1992, and you're basing your contention that there's been a lot of activity there over the years based on historical information, perhaps anecdotal. You want to reinforce your case there, perhaps?
Well, yeah, and the information you guys have may not be right because that's what we've experienced so far. What I do know is there's been amplified music at night for decades. Okay, now if this was a problem, why wasn't I asked the county to show me the noise complaints. Has there been tickets issued? And if so, why at that time didn't they say, hey, this stage was never permitted, or you're not allowed to have amplified music? None of that was ever said. We wouldn't have bought this place and done what we did if it wasn't a music venue with amplification. I'm telling you, we wouldn't have done it. And now that we've done it, we're being penalized. We're being victimized. The majority of the people up there are like, hey, thanks for remodeling the place. Now we don't have live music anymore. We should have just left it a shithole. That's basically what they're saying.
Thank you. One final one. So I went to I was trying to get a visual of the place. I don't get out much, so I just haven't been up that way lately. But it said in the website that your hours of operation, the restaurant bar, is open till, I thought it said 10 o'clock, and yet it appears that there have been musical performances, well into the evening, and some people have expressed concern about that. Can you help me? Can you help explain that? What appears to me to be a bit of a discrepancy.
Our hours are our kitchen closes at 9 during the week, and then at 10 on the weekends, and we've usually been closed during the week by 10 or 11. On the weekends, we stay open as long as there's people there. Some nights we're closed at 10, some nights we go till 1. But
is there music perhaps going?
Not past 10.
Never past 10.
Never past 10.
Never past
not
10.
Inside or outside.
Yeah.
So folks are there, they can be there till 1 a.m. perhaps?
Yeah.
If they want.
They'll have the speaker, music on
Okay.
the speaker.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Donovan and Dawn. That's all I have for now.
I don't have any questions for now, so we'll open to public comment, but we may bring you back up if some questions arise. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to open to public comment. Did we have folks sign up, or should we just ask people in the audience?
We did not have folks sign up, so if you'd like to
Okay.
go with in-person comment, and then we can go with our online, and folks can just start to form a line.
Well, someone already has formed a line. So we'll just remind you that you'll have 2 minutes to speak, and when you speak, we'll ask you to introduce yourselves, and then I will cut you off at 2 minutes. I mean that way. And so without further ado, we will start public comment. Please
Thank you,
go
Madam
ahead.
Chairman. I have an early bedtime, so I wanted to go first. My name is Steve Johnson. I've lived up at the south end of Horsetooth Reservoir for 40 years, and I'm here to respectfully ask you to grant the Isaacs appeal. I'm very familiar with this establishment. I've been there probably through half a dozen owners, which probably accounts for some of the reports that you've heard earlier. But these owners have done an amazing job of transforming that property if you've been there, and they're trying to do things right. This facility is extremely important to the community. We don't have a lot of stuff up there in the foothills. The Horsetooth Inn at the end of my street is gone. The Landings restaurant that you may remember at the Horsetooth Reservoir is gone. The little store at the end of my street is gone. It's very difficult to run a business up there. And I want to stress to you that it's so important for a community to have a business like this. We don't have anything else. This is where we as neighbors gather, where we find out what's happening with families, where we talk to each other, where we get to know each other, build that sense of community. It's very, very important. There have been a lot of technical details explained, and I understand why your excellent staff made the decision they made. They look at the technicalities of the land use code, and yes, there was more than a 1-year gap that doesn't allow the staff to say that it's a non-conforming use. But you as commissioners have the ability to do what's right. You have the ability to look at the code. Does this particular situation call for a little bit of a variance, an appeal to the technical aspects of that code to do the right thing, the fair thing, the just thing, the right thing for a business owner that's trying to do right in Larimer County? The purpose of all these technical rules is to build a use and a facility that the community wants, that can exist harmoniously with the community, and everybody I have talked to, almost everybody I've talked to, wants live music to continue there. So I ask you to do the right thing. Nothing against the staff, but make the decision that supports the community and lets a good facility operate. Thank you very much.
Before you start speaking, I'll just remind folks we don't do applause or outbursts, and that's for the fairness of a quasi-judicial hearing here, so that people feel comfortable speaking if they're speaking against. And so, okay, that time. Let's try not to do it again. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to have my voice and everyone else's voice heard today. My name is Michael. I'm a doctor and a musician here in Fort Collins that has played music at the Horsetooth Tavern property for many years. I did not know the Isaacs prior to their taking over this property, but I have since found the Isaacs to be highly conscientious employers and stewards of this property. My band had the opportunity of playing for the opening weekend. I was immediately impressed with the beautiful renovation they had created and with their obvious attention to detail. Before the Isaacs renovation, I would have characterized the old business as a penicillin experiment. I was also impressed with how well the staff was trained. Also, the neighborhood was very well represented, and many kids from that neighborhood had summer jobs thanks to the Isaacs. I have found the Isaacs to be good people that are highly respectful of their patrons, employees, and neighbors. There's a long precedence of live outdoor music at this property that has long been enjoyed by thousands of people over many years. I have personally played outdoor amplified music on this property for many years prior to the Isaacs ownership. I can assure you that not only are they committed to following volume and time parameters, but all the musicians I know are equally committed to making this work for everyone. We are all hopeful that we can continue this tradition this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Better. Next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nobody's going to clap for me because I'm going to get technical. As you know, my name is Bob Choate. I live at 6013 Lakeview, very near where former Commissioner Johnson lives. And this is my local spot and has been since I moved to Fort Collins in 2009. But I'm a land use attorney, as you know, and so I did what I do. I dug into the details of the application. I have immense respect for your community development director, who I think of as a friend. And I think that notwithstanding, you certainly have the discretion and should exercise the discretion to approve the appeal. The one thing I might disagree slightly with Commissioner Johnson was I think that I don't see evidence that this actually stopped for more than a year, except during the building permit process, by which the Isaacs have described what the delays for that were. I think that we have lots of evidence that this has been used consistently and historically for 5 decades or more, since before I was born. And as for outdoor amplified music, the existence or non-existence of a stage is only one thing to consider. And what you do have here are people say that there's music in the dirt even. And having been to the Canyon Grill many times, that's not surprising. It's much nicer now. I take my kids there pretty routinely as well. I want to talk about competent evidence. And competent evidence is anything that you can reasonably rely upon. And what you have are lots of affidavits of people who are saying consistently amplified music in this location for the last 50 years. They're all in your packet. I threw out a bunch of them, but due to time, I won't go through them all. But you'll also have the public comment of myriad people here today who are going to say the same thing. They've been doing this. Now, I have only been going to this facility since 2009. There are people here who've been going there since 1972. Finally, I just want to point out that, like you said, the noise ordinance will apply regardless, and so it's not a non-issue here today. I request your approval.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Matthew Wilburn Skinner. I'm a musician and a sound tech here in town. I work at the Aggie Theater, Washington's Armory, Magic Rat, and my wife and I live across the street from Horsetooth Tavern. It's about a 2-minute walk from our house, and we've watched with great interest as they reload the Canyon Grill into the Horsetooth. It took a long time for the remodel, and they clearly invested a lot of money into the endeavor. I want Fort Collins to encourage businesses to invest in themselves. It brings more money to contractors, suppliers in the area, and brings more joy to the populace in general when people are able to enjoy the fruits of these labors. And one thing people enjoy in this town is music. If you've been up to the Horsetooth Tavern, you'll see that they've created a unique little mini culture that brings people of all ages and all philosophical ideologies together to just hang out and have a good time with each other's company. Hippies, cowboys, and bikers all dancing together is a beautiful thing, and it doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen up there, and music helps this. It's the grease on the wheels that helps people get along, and based on the full house we have today in this room, it's nice to know that I'm not alone in thinking this. Back in the days of the Canyon Grill, they had the ability to have outdoor music, having bands every weekend, and as Donna was saying, I do appreciate the new owners' taste in music more than the old owners, but I still supported the old owners' right to have music. I know that they've been given permission to have purely acoustic sets outside, but as a musician and a sound tech, I can tell you that this isn't really ideal. It is possible to have amplified music that doesn't reach heavy decibel levels, and it's certainly preferable to being able to amplify music instead of having to bang heavily on the guitar and yell, sing, and still not be heard by anyone sitting in the audience. Came here today asking for you to help instead of hinder small businesses in Fort Collins. Help expand the possibilities of people to be small business owners and work hard without being smushed by government regulations. Please allow the Horsetooth Tavern to have amplified music on their outdoor stage and continue the tradition that has existed for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Heather Jarvis, and I live at 3512 Minuteman Drive. So this is in my neighborhood as well, the Horsetooth Tavern. By way of disclosure, but not because of any representation that I'm doing, as I am one of the assistant city attorneys here in town, but I'm not representing them whatsoever. I'm here as a neighbor and concerned. Also, I have a cold, so might struggle a bit. But as a concerned neighbor and county denizen to support the economic development and the community development that is the Horsetooth Tavern. You did caution us not to repeat what others have said, so I won't echo. I will only echo what Attorney Choate said, as far as the specifics of the code, and that this is in fact an existing non-conforming use. I will hopefully direct you to the many affidavits that were in your packets that go back to the person who built the building and ran it right from the beginning as a restaurant, bar, music establishment, to some of you may recall Lydia's Style magazine. There's an article with a photo of music happening from the 1990s at that point. There are people who echo this historic use from a longtime operator and owner who talked about all the music that they had. And the whole point is that the music was played regardless of where. So if a stage was removed, which was acknowledged by the director's decision, that even if viewed as a whole, the stage was removed. But that didn't stop the music. The music played on. There's also another one of the affidavits talks about that this was a place to go to that was closer than the Mish. Great. Hey, let's go have some music there. Here, closer to it. There was a former CSU student who talked about
sorry, it
going up
looks
there.
like you're out of time.
I'm out of time. Well,
Thank you.
please overturn the director's decision.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Renee Skinner. I'll be quick. That was my husband. We live across the street from the Horsetooth Tavern. So we're one of the closest houses to the tavern. We moved in, we bought our house in 2021, and we could hear live music from Canyon Grill, but it never went past 10 o'clock and it wasn't that loud. And so I want to voice my support. I know our neighbors also enjoy the Horsetooth Tavern, and I think it's an important staple for our neighborhood and for all of us that live up by the reservoir. Yeah, so that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Renee. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Chris Porowski. I'm at 3512 Minuteman Drive. Appreciate you letting us all speak our piece here today. I'm here to support the Isaacs. I've been visiting that establishment on and off for a long time. And then previously, I probably would not have visited it much because it wasn't. It was not an environment that I thought was good for families. And to speak to the gentleman's point earlier, my daughter, 17-year-old daughter, worked in their establishment last summer. They looked out for her. They treated her right. They paid her on time. Her shift was over when it was supposed to be. So they've not only upgraded the whole establishment as far as the infrastructure goes, but they've also created an environment where us people that live there can hang out as a family and spend time together, and feel like it's a nice, safe place. And so it's clean, the food's good, and they're super nice folks who have done a good job of bringing us all together and trying to reinvigorate something that's happening in a lot of different parts of Fort Collins, and that's established community. And I think that's important. So I'd like you to approve their appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Arvind Punjabi. I live in the Horsetooth Lake Estates neighborhood adjacent to the Horsetooth Tavern. And I want to reiterate everything that has been said here today so far, but I won't restate it. But I do agree with everything that's been said. I mainly want to attest to three things, and that's I've lived in that neighborhood, like I said, since 2003 for 22 years. There has been live music at that venue every weekend for as long as I can remember. I don't remember a gap particularly, but I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but since I moved in, there's been live music at that venue. Yeah, the venue as it is now is incredibly important for the local community, the residents who live there, but also for the many, many tourists that visit this area. It's the only place in the Horsetooth Reservoir area that people can get a meal after coming off the reservoir for a day or camping there. So it's an incredibly important resource for the residents and tourists alike. And thirdly, I just want to say that the Isaacs are a very responsible family, caring. They've, like it's been said, invested heavily into this venue to make it something beneficial for the community, and I know that they will continue to do so and abide by all county regulations. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arden. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tim Fritz. It's great to see you, Mr. Kafalas. You were a representative Kafalas last time I got to talk to you. Isn't that some history? You're not as old as you dated yourself. We go to Horsetooth Tavern, have been going to that very location for 3+ decades ourselves. Have taken in so much live music there. It's a wonderful venue. I'll tell a story. They have open mic nights there a couple of nights. We have a 13-year-old child who plays the fiddle, and the Isaacs are the kind of people that want to see those things happen. It's a wonderful place for the arts, and our little guy goes in there and just gets the biggest applause. So it's a wonderful thing.
I was looking forward to doing it over the summer.
That's right.
Outside.
On the patio with amplified music. I just want to say it's the best patio in Larimer County. It's a treasure. It really is a treasure. I think all the people here just demonstrate that this is the focal point and the heartbeat of that entire area up there. There's nothing better than coming off the water and going over to Horsetooth Tavern, having some wonderful food, and taking in some great music. So we ask that you approve the Isaac's appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us as a community. My name is Courtney Laughlin. I live at 4755 West County Road, 38E, which is less than a mile from this establishment. One thing I do want to say, I never get a card about any of these issues that go on in my neighborhood, which I find very disappointing. These came from somebody in Horsetooth Lake Estates. However, I'm here to support the Horsetooth Tavern. What the Isaacs have done is absolutely incredible. It's very family oriented. The staff are well trained. They're very courteous. The food is amazing. And I know that's repetitious, but I have lived in this area since before 1972 when Victor Ambrosio built that restaurant. And he and his wife really put their heart into it. It's changed a lot over the years, but the way it stands now and what the Isaacs have done have really made a community center. I'm asking you to approve this music. As I said, I live just down the road. I have no way of knowing whether the music is amplified or not unless I'm at the bar, but it's never been objectionable. I have heard it many times over the years, and whether there's a stage or not, to me, is irrelevant. The fact is, there's been music. I have never felt it was objectionable. It was never too loud. It was just sort of blowing in the wind, and I really enjoyed it. So thanks for your time. Please approve this variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's William Poe, and I live in Horsetooth, and I got a ranch up there to take care of and all that. I met Donovan at his bar before it was his, and it was called the Candy Grill. And they had music there over and over, and I come across people like Courtney that just spoke, and they speak about things to me like there was a hearing done on this in the past. And it has come to me where I'm kind of confused, and I've said to myself, somebody's record is not right. And what I've understood about the county systems throughout Colorado and the United States is records not kept well. An example of what the guy said before, that Donovan has no proof of this, no proof of that. To me, the proof is right in the basket when you have this lady that stood before me that I've talked to and got to know in 4 years with a bunch of my community members here that we call this town Horsetooth. And the thing is it's his right to have. I mean, it's been there before. And ignorance allows no excuse for anybody, and it just dawns on me how we can just use a guy's record and waste time after time after time costing taxpayers in our county more and more money just to sit here and go over and over this. It's just, to me, it's like they're trying to take the small business away with America. And it's just, this man's put a lot in it. And when we start working on that bar, demoing it, I put a lot of my money into it. I took my $18,000 dump trailer, I paid for gas, make them only pay for the dump. There's a lot of us who invested money in that place. We're not just going to sit here and, have the people before owners have it done, and then issues brought up, that noise complaint here and there that I've heard through people talking. Just a lot of things just don't add up on your guys' side. And it's just because the record, it's like somebody else is taking somebody else's record and saying, well, where'd it go? But these all people out here speaking about how the record is and how it was. Can't falsify record, can't tamper with it, man. and letting a man who's worked his ass off and
Thanks, William. I'm sorry your time is
he's
up.
right.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Henry Marshall. I live in Horsetooth Estates. I moved there in 2019. Since I moved there, we have outdoor decks. We have 5 outdoor decks that overlook Horsetooth Reservation. And since we have been there, on the weekends, there have always been music. At the Canyon Grill, I went there many times to grab a burger, listen to who is out there, grab a beer. Great. Now we have a place, and as you've heard, there's a lot of C's going around. Community, compassion. We need this place. Why? I'm an old man, and it's a mile from my house. I can go and listen to quality entertainment, meet the people in my neighborhood, joke around, have a few beers. Everything is real nice. I got a mile to drive back home. I don't have to come over the mountain. My eyes are not as good as they used to be at night. So this is great. We, as older people, have a place we can go, a place we can have friends and neighbors and get together. So all I will add to that is whatever they said, I agree. Please, please allow them to continue the great business and the great neighborhood and the great community that they have founded. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Saperstone. My husband and I live at 5016 Holiday Drive, which is maybe 50 steps above the Horsetooth Tavern. We've lived on Holiday Drive for about 10 years, and ever since we've lived there, well, for the first 7 years, we were able to enjoy music from the comfort of our front deck. It gave the area a feeling of resort, and it was always over by 9 o'clock and never was disruptive to us. Since the Isaacs have come, they've done an incredible job of creating a safe, welcoming, friendly, community-oriented environment. They have a strong commitment to being good neighbors and to their neighbors. They've hosted memorials, celebrations of life, Thanksgiving dinners, and Christmas dinners. Live music is a huge part of their history and the current appeal of the Horsetooth Tavern. We hope and support them strongly to be able to continue with this tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next speaker, please.
Hi, guys. My name is Benjamin Jones. I live at 5005 West Bay Drive in the Inlet Bay Knowles neighborhood opposite Candy Grill across 38E. For the last 35 years of my life, I've lived within a mile of the Horsetooth Tavern, formerly House Candy Grill, formerly Jack Daniels. As a child, my parents both worked at the venue and performed as musicians. As adults, my wife and I have frequently visited to dine and enjoy live music. The Horsetooth Tavern is currently the only restaurant in the greater Horsetooth Masonville area and has been for the majority of the last 5 decades. During that time, this venue has been more than a valued restaurant. It's been a hub of our small community, providing a place for boaters, campers, and neighbors alike to enjoy libations and music in an outdoor space that's unique. Although I have no direct affiliation with the owners of this business, I've been quietly wishing them success over the last several years while they've worked to renovate the building and property. It is my understanding that during the closure required to renovate this venue for code compliance, the grandfathered allowance for live music that had applied to the previous operators had lapsed. While we all likely understand and respect the necessity of noise ordinance and similar restrictions in our community, it should be understood and acknowledged that the extended closure of this business was necessary for them to comply with equally important building code requirements. Moreover, live music events at this venue predated current zoning restrictions. Rescinding their grandfathered exception may be a normal result of the time frame which has lapsed. However, refusal to grant their appeal would be an unfair measure and contrary to the interest of our community, which I think is pretty well represented here today. Preventing this business from hosting live music events would be attempting to solve a problem that doesn't exist. The Horseshoe Tavern is located along County Road 3080 and opposite the Inlet Bay campground areas, both of which produce consistent noise pollution beyond that of any live music performances in the past. Any resident in the area who claims that these performances would disrupt the peace and quiet of the neighborhood is disregarding the history and realities of our area. As business owners have mentioned today in their testimony and written communication, refusing their appeal will likely condemn their business to closure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Anita Ekron. I recently built a house, partly because of the wonderful environment that I would hear visiting my relatives that live in the Knolls. It's just such a resort feel. And the music is not loud. It's not louder than any resident with outdoor speakers sitting on their own deck. And it's not louder than any boat in the cove. I currently live at, and that's serious, I currently live 3217 Dixon Cove Drive in Continental North neighborhood, and there are boats in Dixon Cove with their speakers so loud that from my house, it's obnoxious, and it's like this Horseshoe Tavern does not play their music loud. It's no louder than your neighbor would play it on their outdoor speakers. So, and I just wanted to comment. I lived a block away from Rocky Mountain High School and 3 blocks away from Thompson Valley High School. The music and other amplified noises from there is so intolerable and would violate any kind of standards. And I have called, when I lived there, I called to complain to this facility, and nobody ever did anything to try to bring them under some kind of reasonable compliance. The quality of life was horrible. So if you allow things like that to go on, and then you would, forbid these people to have this facility that is no louder than a radio on a person's outdoor deck, from any of the neighbors. That would be unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Next speaker, please.
My name is Angela DeSalvo, and I live at Horsetooth, and I want to keep the music there. I want amplified music because sometimes I like going there, and if there's a band playing I like going there with my family and seeing some familiar faces and saying hi and just dancing. And if it's allowed outside, I can eat, listen to the music, and just that's it. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
My
Angela.
husband and I have been in the area since 2008, and what brought us to the area was...
I'm sorry, can you introduce yourself too?
Alice DeSalvo. I live on Overhill Drive. Was what brought us to the area is the sense of community, the music that's available in the area, and now we're raising a family in the area. So this is what we enjoy. So please allow amplified music outside.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela and Alice. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Good almost evening. My name is Mark Williams. I live at 411 North Sherwood Street. And I'll start off by saying I know that the Isaacs are wonderful people. They're very warm. They run a good business. I also want to offer a little bit of historic perspective because I keep logs of everything. I retired as an airline pilot about 9 months ago, and I have well over 10,000 hours of very detailed logs about every flight. And oddly enough, due to those characteristics, I have also kept a log of every single gig I've done over the last, oh God, I don't want to admit, almost 5 decades. At any rate, I know that there are at least several gigs that are written down that took place in 2011, maybe one in 2010, and they were on a pad of asphalt above the patio because the stage hadn't been built yet. They were amplified, and they were paid gigs, so that gives you a little perspective as to how long, and actually some proof that actually live amplified music has been performed there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is James Hathaway, and I live at 5521 West County Road, about a mile from the Horsetooth Tavern. I myself graduated in 1971, and I don't like to travel too much at night either. And I came from Boston. I was a law enforcement officer in Boston, and I'm very familiar with a bar named Cheers, where everybody knew your name. And I'll tell you, when you walk into Horsetooth Tavern, everybody knows your name. But more importantly, I can't say enough about Don and Donovan and the business they're operating there now. However, and I reiterate, and I can rubber stamp everything that's been said here today. But the most important thing is there are noise ordinances, there are laws, and those are there to protect everybody here. And to my knowledge and through my experience of living where I've lived for the past year, I have never seen a moment in time there, other than the loud boats and other than the loud campers, that make noise that's objectionable compared to the nice atmosphere that exists in that community restaurant at the end of the street there, at the end of the reservoir. I support them. I hope you support them and grant them the ability to have that outdoor music amplified. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next speaker, please.
Ma'am, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alan Miller, and to all of the passionate support, I would like to say ditto, and maybe add another thought. I listened to a U.S. Senator a little while back talk about our divided country, and what we can do as people is to try to go home and build community. Not just people who are like you, but community of more different kinds of people. And so I know that Larimer County and I know the city of Fort Collins, it's all about promoting neighborhoods and community. So I'm sure that the people did all due diligence and did really good work. But when it comes to this tavern, I would like to think, what is it if this is a land use meeting. So what is the purpose of our land use? What is it we want to accomplish by the use of this land? And if we think about that, about building community, that could at least be part of what the use of the land is for. Then I would like also to say, decades ago, when I was studying the building code, the building inspectors are required to make sure the contractor meets the intent of the code. There's always situations where things aren't quite perfect, but did you meet the intent of the code? So I guess I will leave you by just asking, are we looking for a way to stop something, or are we looking for the best way forward to meet the intent of what these people are trying to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Luke Siddons. I would also add a ditto to everything that's been said about Don and Donovan's character and the level and quality of the community that the Horsetooth Tavern has brought to a lot of people up there. I would instead like to talk about, I'm a local musician. I play in a number of local bands, and I did just want to speak to the fact that not having a stage is no indicator at all of whether or not live music can be played amplified. I've played a lot of shows on patios with gear just set up right on the floor, at least a dozen places within half a mile of this spot right here. And whether or not there's a stage built is no measure of whether live music is being played amplified in a space. Also, I've played at least a dozen shows at this venue, and we have always ended by 10. There's never even been a close call. They're pretty aware of that timeline and strict with it. And also, I've been part of a group of people that have tried to play some level of unamplified music at the Horsetooth Tavern. We've had a weekly bluegrass jam there on Thursdays that is great for involving and meeting other local musicians in the community, but it's simply not something that can be heard by the majority of people there. Anywhere I've ever played, the idea of unamplified music outside, let alone inside, is just not something that's considered viable. Even a small act will have their instruments plugged in, voices through a microphone. So I just wanted to add those couple of points, and I think I speak for the majority of people here when I say that Don and Donovan have added something of a lot of value to a lot of us that we would all be very sad to see come to an end. So thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Riley Williams. I grew up in Fort Collins in music since I was at least 7. I moved back here a year ago after being in Denver for 4 years. And Donna was one of the first people I met. And I just want to speak to the quality of music that goes on up there. And Dono knows a lot of people, and there's been a lot of great people to play on that stage. He provides a lot of opportunities that are very scarce in this town. As a musician, I have friends that come home on tour, and Dono gives them a gig on a Wednesday night of music that people would pay to see all around the world. I just think it would be very detrimental to not have this place around anymore, coming from a musician standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and I've been employed at the tavern since last summer. They reopened. Since so much has already been stated about their wonderful character, their commitment to family and building stronger community, their passion for music, I won't really spend more time on that, but as an employee, I just feel like I can offer kind of a unique perspective there. They gave me some managerial responsibilities pretty early on, so as part of that team, I've gotten to see behind the scenes how much they've really put into this place and how they care for their employees. This restaurant being successful is essential to all the employees that work there, not only just staying open, making it through another year so we can have our jobs, but the kind of business that having live amplified music outside on the patio would bring would be monumentally different and would really help support not only Don and Donna and their business, but all the employees that work there. And as a musician in town as well that has performed at a lot of the live venues like the Aggie and breweries around town and whatnot, to many of you, maybe the difference between acoustic music outside on the patio and amplified music doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But I can tell you the amplification is absolutely essential for people, for the patrons at Tavern to be able to hear the music and to enjoy it, for people to be able to come to Tavern for the music. And having that capability by this summer is really important for these guys to be able to continue doing what we're doing up there. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is James Gonzalez. I'm here to support Don and Donovan. They're amazing. I just want you guys to know that if you really do deny this stuff, you're doing something terrible to some of the best people I've ever met. It's going to negatively affect their world and a lot of other people that work there. They facilitate so many jobs. They make so many people happy. I met Donovan probably 10 or 11 years ago when he first bought this place. I think it was like 2018. Maybe he was talking about buying it. But anyways, I just saw he's a visionary, and I knew that he was going to turn that place around, and he did that tenfold. It is an amazing place now from what it was. Just to put in perspective how far I come to enjoy this place, I live in Lori State Park. So there's a lot of places on the way to Donovan's Bar that I can go to unwind. I drive 25 minutes out of my way just to enjoy that place. And honestly, in my opinion, it's probably the best bar in Fort Collins as far as family and everything that they do. I really just want to end with, let's do the right thing. Let these people do what they do best, which is create an amazing atmosphere for people to bring their families to enjoy themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Nick Stachokas. I live a mile down the road from the Horsetooth Tavern. Before I was coming up here, I was wondering what could convince the commissioners to make this decision. I think one of the things that I was thinking about was the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law. As you can see, the regulators did their job, right? They're following the letter of the law. But I think one of the things that I urge the commissioners to think about is, what is the spirit of the law? Why was it created in 1973? The purpose was to protect the community, right? Same thing with the decimal levels and those type of things. The real goal is to protect the community. But as you can see, this is what the community wants. And are we protecting them from what? And so when we're thinking about who has the ability to interpret the spirit of the law and looking at the community overall, as you can see, that it's up to you. And it's your decision in this case. But are we thinking about the letter of the law or the spirit, especially when we're thinking about the community? And just one addition, the decimal levels, I just want to add 55. The Road 38 out there has Harley Davidsons on there on a regular basis. If you just Google a Harley Davidson, their decimal level is 80. The decimal level of the expected amplified music is 55. So I just like to highlight that for the commissioners as well, as far as what is the expectation and is that reasonable as well. So I throw that out there. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Punjabi. I've lived in Fort Collins for the past 31 years, and specifically in the neighborhood up around the Horsetooth Tavern for the past 21 years. I first started enjoying live amplified music outdoors at the Horsetooth Tavern site in 1995. So I can definitely attest to there being live music as a long-standing tradition at the Horsetooth Tavern site. Since 1995, for sure, there were performances, open mics, lots of wonderful bands that I heard play through the years. Over the last couple of years, since Don and Dono have owned the tavern, they have made it such a wonderful place for our neighbors to gather, and the local community of Fort Collins and beyond to gather. And it's just wonderful to have that outdoor amplified music, weather permitting. So I'd really just like to put in support for that music to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Deb Balk-Sarno, and this is my husband, Steve. And I built my house in Horsetooth Estates in 2013, and it's about 2 blocks above the Horsetooth Tavern. So if anybody's going to hear the music, it'll be me, and it is wonderful. We love it. As you can tell from all of the support, this is our community. This is our place, and we love this place, and we don't want to lose it. Don and Donovan have done an amazing job. It's a beautiful place to go now, and we go there a lot. So my husband has a little history as well.
I know a lot of the decision has to do with the historical content, and I'm not sure where a lot of the planning people got that early information, but I lived in Colorado my whole life. I moved to Fort Collins in 1971, came to CSU. Wasn't old enough to drink until 73, and we all had to
wait till we were old enough to drink. But in 1973, I can vividly remember that several friends of mine would pile into my roommate's pickup on a Saturday afternoon and go to a football game at Old Hughes Stadium. And after that game was over, we'd head on up to the grill and have a lot of time drinking a beer and listen to a lot of outdoor music. And the biggest difference is it went on a heck of a lot longer than 10 o'clock that the doctors will allow it to go on. So it definitely went on. It was a very crude together. There were some picnic tables and some whiskey barrel type things that people sat on. But it was an excellent venue for the last almost 50 years. And I would certainly encourage you and hope that you could continue that tradition on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb and Steve. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Gonzalez Rogers, and I live in Inlet Knolls, so I'm just southeast of the tavern. And I just directly speaking to the issue of the amplified music, I just want to be sure that with the support that the Isaacs have received today, that they will be responsible and keep the decibel level to what is within the noise ordinance. I moved to the Inlet Knolls area in 2016. I've lived there for 6 years. And I was unaware of the fact that the amplified music wasn't actually allowed, because I would go out into my backyard on the weekend and I could actually hear the music. Maybe maybe it was unusual to me that I could hear the music actually rebounding off of the rimrock around the area. And I personally found that a little bit intrusive to my privacy. It's my residence, and I like to enjoy the music that I want to listen to. So I would prefer that if there is going to be amplified music, that it be restricted to the decibel level, that it is reasonable to the tavern itself and not the entire neighborhood surrounding that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Skinner. Live here in unincorporated Larimer County and have since 2012. I moved up here from the live music capital of the world, Austin, Texas. And I can see a lot of similarities of Austin and Fort Collins, which is why I stayed here. One of the most vibrant music cities in the world, and too much traffic, but we love it anyway. And what we like to see is small business. Being a musician, it is the ultimate small business. And to have another small business that helps you thrive in this town, which is a very expensive town to live in, and to be able to work as a musician is a privilege, really. And a place like Horsetooth Tavern is an amazing spot to do so. As a small business, you see all the sweat and the blood that Donovan and Don have put in there, and all their employees, and all the musicians that have come there before. And as he gave his opening statement here, you see the tears as well. And so his small business is under attack. And if you drive up and down Main Street here, College Avenue, you see a lot of shuttered doors and windows that are papered up, and businesses that have closed that they couldn't afford to. If they are not allowed to expand and do what they're doing in a way that they need to do it, which has the right spirit, then we're doing them a disservice and our community as well. I ask that you appeal this and allow them to continue to grow, and our community to grow and be the best that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ruth Rollins, and like some of the other folks that spoke, I live directly above the tavern. I know in some of the affidavits, I know one woman talked about the music going to 10 and 11 o'clock, and when they last had music, it definitely went late at night and was sometimes so loud that I'd be on my deck talking to a guest. We'd have to go in the house and shut all the windows. So the good thing is that we all have perceptions of what's not loud and not, what's tolerable and what's not tolerable. And as long as they stay within the decibel levels, they have done an amazing job. My son and daughter-in-law have gone down there while I take care of my grandson. I've got clients that I've sent there that have enjoyed the tavern, and I really do applaud them. It's beautiful. They pick up trash like every day. It's so much different than when the Canyon Grill was there. I would request that if with this process or a special review process, I would ask, please, if the county would have some people there at first when they open to check the sound levels and ensure that they are within the threshold. That would help the folks that have the perception that it's too loud to ensure to us, no, this is within that threshold level. And then I also wanted to ask, because they did build a really tall fence just recently and completed it. It's very high. It probably won't help me because I'm very high above them. But I wanted to ask staff, when you do the decibel readings, it's my understanding it's at the property line and it goes vertical. So I just wanted to find out if they would be taking sound recordings above that fence just to make sure that that is still below those thresholds. Other
Thank
than
you.
that, I think it's...
Your time is up.
It is up. Sorry about that.
We'll
Thank
try to
you.
get that question answered for you later, too. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Josh Randall. I've lived up in the neighborhoods around the Canyon Grill and Horsetooth Tavern since 1998. So I'll speak directly to what the appeal is about and perhaps what was missed by the original commissioner that denied this. And that is, I was there when the stage existed, and I was there in my mid-20s, so I was there a lot. After the stage was gone. And I can tell you, there's been live music there, maybe not always planned, maybe not planned the day before, maybe right then and there, as long as I can remember. Whether it was a Marshall amp plugged in and right outside the door out to the patio or up on the deck above. So that's really all I have, but I can tell you there has always been live music. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Scott Kwiatek. I'm a professional musician and educator in the area. I moved here about 2 years ago, and with the encouragement of the Isaacs particularly, moved back into a professional music career. I was actually a New York City jazz musician before that. I went to Manhattan and Eastman schools of music. When COVID happened, I ended up at a fintech company, as many musicians had to leave the profession and leave the arts. But given, specifically to their encouragement, I went back and then worked 3 different music schools before helping run FRCC, the Fort Collins music program right here in town, the community college. I worked about 50 hours a week there last year, and it was amazing. Done plenty of weddings to keep my arts alive. And then this year have left that to be completely independent. I teach independent and perform independent here in town. And it's really important to me to see venues like this thrive because they do have such a strong commitment to the arts, I would say. Not just to some, success of the business, but more even, to seeing musicians and seeing artists thrive. I really believe that that's a huge part of what they're about. And I've been a specific proof of that. And when it comes to noise, I have to, just put an anecdote of arts and music specifically require volume. I live in a small apartment complex and I can hear, my neighbors through the walls, right? I think of when I was young, say you're practicing violin or practicing any instrument, there is going to be noise, and that is part of the commitment. And I know as a sound engineer myself that's worked multiple venues and towns here, and I'm sure working with them that we can create an environment that absolutely satisfies the needs of any noise ordinance we would just like the ability to see this venue thrive and to continue to support the arts. So please allow us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next speaker, please.
My name's Tim Mather. I live at 4901 Sandstone Drive. I've been a part of this community since 18. I intentionally moved up there because I love for the community, the atmosphere, the water, all of it. My daughter worked at the tavern last summer, and they're a great family. My daughter considers them as family. I also sit on the Spring Canyon Water and Sewer Board up there, and I'm aware of some other businesses that are entertaining some significant investment in that community, some really cool things that I'm not able to really talk about. But I know Donovan and Dawn have gone through a lot of aches and pains to get this place up and going. And it's hard to run a business up there. We've got a little grocery store, gas station, and they struggle to stay open in the wintertime. It's really hard. And I shop there intentionally. It's a little more expensive, but we got to keep those little places open. And we got to support small business like this. Now, if some of these other businesses hear stories and they see a business shut down, they're going to second guess whether they want to invest in that community. And there's some really cool things that potentially could happen. But we have to, I guess, get away from the so much, have some flexibility. To me, there's been music here, everybody's attested to for forever. And so I just like to consider the business aspect in this community and promoting and encouraging additional businesses. Businesses create more businesses. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Is there anyone else in the audience who wanted to speak? It feels like the whole audience did speak. So, no, I mean that in the nicest way. Is there anyone online who would like to give public comment?
If there are any members of the public online who would like to make public comment, please use the raised hand function now. I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay. All right, last chance if anybody wants to give public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to the commissioner. So Commissioner Kafalis, any questions that have come up in the...
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Did we not ask the applicant to come up, or am I missing?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. That's right, thank you.
You're welcome.
The applicant has 5 minutes to respond to any public comment that you heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to, we'll do class till the end. One thing I wanted to say was this place has always operated with very, very loud music in the past. So what people have heard on their decks that they didn't like or how loud it was is not going to be what we are proposing. If the decibel levels are in the 50s, right behind my bar, someone that's a couple houses or blocks up the hill, just based on what decibels do over every 100 feet, decibels get cut almost in half. So there's just no way it's ever going to be an issue for anybody up on the hill like it was in the past. I used to sit on my boat out at the marina. That's through a patch of trees and through the campsites, through the moorings, and all the way out to the dock. And I could hear every single word that was coming out of that guy's mouth singing at the bar. That's how loud it was cranked up. That's not what we're proposing. We're proposing to have amplification just so our patio can hear. And we're going to buy a professional sound meter. And my professional sound engineer who runs sound is in control of the volume. And we can test ourselves the property line to see where we're at. And I invite the county to come up and test as well.
Anything else? You got a few minutes?
Nope.
3 minutes and 39 seconds? Nope. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Question for them?
Oh, did you? Oh, you know what? We'll have you stay up. I'm sorry, because it looks like Commissioner Kafalis has a question for you. So we'll go into questions.
Madam Chair, I have questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, we'll let you start again then.
So I first have, Madam Chair, could I ask of the applicant and of staff? Is that
Sure.
okay?
You can do
Okay.
that both, yeah.
Okay, first, since the applicants are there, they had made a comment during their initial presentation. And then also I see that I'm looking for with my packet here. Sorry, I'm trying to find where I notebook this. They had signed in, to not have amplified music in 2024. And the applicant made some comment that he was, well, I'll let him answer that. I think he had a comment about that, but they had twice had signed it to get the approval. They would not have amplified music outside. I'd like if they wouldn't mind, they had made a comment about kind of negative toward the staff about that, about feeling forced to do that. If they could expand on that, please. Thank you. And I have another one if that's all right, Madam Chair.
No, that's all right. Yeah, at that time, it had already been about a year of time passed with the bar being closed, and if we wanted to fight that decision of the non-amplified music, I was told by Samantha Mott that it could take up to 10 months to get that building permit, because they would not issue the building permit for us to do the work on the patio unless we signed that. So I did sign it so we could get the building permit and then renovate the patio before summer. And we barely opened. We opened in June. So we got open last summer. We haven't been open a year yet. But my only decision to sign that was just to get open before we go bankrupt. I didn't have a choice. She didn't force me to sign it. We were in a position where we were forced to sign it. But it did offer an out and proving there was amplified music here dating back to the 70s, which we just did. So, thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner, do you have any other questions from the applicants?
Yeah, so they understood that they had signed an affidavit for no amplified music, but there was, and I'm curious, if they knew they signed that affidavit, why was there amplified music subsequently?
I spoke about that earlier. But there was 2 affidavits, and there was 2 building permits. Well, only one of the building permits and one of the affidavits was loaded up to the porthole that you access. And my general contractor accessed the porthole prior to us opening and told me that they removed the affidavit that had the no amplified music. So I honestly thought they came to their senses and said, okay, it's always been amplified music. Let's just take that off. And I didn't realize that there was. So yeah, we did have amplified music that very first week we were open. And I did sign the affidavit, but I didn't realize it was underneath a different porthole. They should have been underneath the same porthole. It was a mistake.
Yeah, always measure twice, cut once. So I'm also curious. I remember this coming before us when this was also a land use approval for a bed and for a salon, and then kind of changing some use
for rezoning.
I understand that. So I guess for me, if you have outdoor music, how does the indoor music, how does that happen at the same time? Is that not happening?
It probably wouldn't happen at the same time. The indoor music was meant to be for the winter only. And the outdoor patio is where we would be primarily playing music in the summer months.
Okay, that's all I have for right now for the applicants, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to let Commissioner Cavalos see if he has any questions before we let the applicant sit down, because I don't want to have them come back and forth.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A question that I have regarding one person who offered public comment about music that took place after 10 o'clock. Can you help?
That wasn't while we ran the place. No, we've never had music past 10 o'clock, inside or outside.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner, for the applicant?
I think that's all for now. I have a question for staff at some
Okay.
point.
Well, we'll have you sit down and take a little break, and if we may call you back up if
Okay.
anything
Thank you,
comes up.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to let Commissioner Shattuck McNally. She maybe had a question for staff, and then I'll go back to you.
It's all good.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the property history, and I'm not sure which staff can answer this, but so there was in 1997 approval to expand for a non-conforming restaurant bar and add a video liquor store, convenience store to the property in 1997, and there was a stage that was visible around 1999. Was that stage approved? Do we have any documentation that that stage was approved as a non-conforming restaurant and bar? That's my first question.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally. I believe, and code compliance can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like in 1992, a building permit was issued for the covered stage, but that was the stage on the lot to the south. And then, so there was no stage on the lot with the liquor store, restaurant in 1997. I think in 1999, when the stage is visible in aerial photos, I think they're still referring to the lot to the south. And I'm looking at code compliance if they need to.
So we do have Code Compliance Inspector Chad Gray here as well.
Hello, Commissioners. Chad Gray. Yes, we're referring to the 1999 aerial where it shows the 92 stage. The 1992 stage still on that southern lot.
Okay, that's helpful. So then, if you would indulge me, it shows there's no longer that stage on the lot to the south. I'm trying to pull up that map, but there shows there's a fence constructed between the two lots. So at that time, is that the evidence that we have? If the fence is between the two lots, that was kind of a division between the two uses? And then that's when the bed and breakfast was constructed on the southern lot? And that was approved as a minor special review. Do I have that correct understanding?
When the bed and breakfast was constructed, that's when the stage was removed and music was no longer being performed on that southern lot.
And so we have record that bed and breakfast was in operation until when?
The bed and breakfast is still in operation.
Okay. So then so I appreciate that. So it's still in operation and being used, and that is owned by the current applicants?
It's a different property owner, the bed and breakfast to the south.
Okay, that's helpful. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So now we're talking about the subject property, which is a different property that's separate than that. So they asked to remove the liquor store and convert it back to the restaurant and bar. And I remember this case because I was asking questions at it, and they rezoned it to rural commercial. And it said then, even in 2003, it limited the use of the stage to non-amplified music. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that part, Commissioner?
So in 2023, there was a building permit issued to remove the liquor store and to convert it back to part of the restaurant bar. And I remember that piece, and then it was rezoned to rural commercial, and then it was also an affidavit signed to limit the use of the stage to non-amplified music. Is that correct?
That is correct. That use affidavit was done as part of the building permit. And just to clarify, the rezoning that you were referencing in 2023 involved both this property, the subject property, and that property to the south with the bed and breakfast. And I believe the property to the south with the bed and breakfast was the one contemplating a future salon.
That's helpful because I remember the salon. Thank you.
And for point of clarification, Commissioner, the research was done on these properties when they applied for the rezoning for both lots. So that's when the stage and bar cover was discovered that it did not have permits.
Okay, so this was kind of been known and something they could have started an application since 2003. Is that correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
If they knew this was not conforming and probably an issue, were they maybe, as part of our standard procedure, advised of the different processes to go through a special review?
Well, I'll let Samantha answer that, but Colorado's a buyer beware market. So if you don't call your zoning and building departments before you purchase a property, you could be buying something that's not legal.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Gray. I appreciate your time and your expertise.
Yes, ma'am.
And Commissioner Shattuck McNally, I guess the other part to that is typically when we have planning applications in process, co-compliance research on the property is a standard operation. We do that for pretty much every project that comes through. And then the applicants are given that research and made aware of any violations or expired permits or things like that that need to be corrected to bring the property back into compliance.
And that started in 2023?
I think there was co-compliance officer Chad Gray can correct me, but there was research done in 2022. And I believe there was an email where the co-compliance research was sent to the applicant back in 2022.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kavalis, any questions?
Just a quick one to staff. I think it was brought up by one of the folks who offered public comment, I believe is Courtney Laughlin, about that she had not received notification cards. And I wonder if anyone from staff could explain why that may be the case.
We do our standard community member notification, which is generally 500 feet from the property lines. And so if she was outside of the area, maybe she still was in a nearby neighborhood, but if she wasn't in that notice area, then she wasn't mailed a direct postcard.
And I'll just add to that the notice requirement is specified in the land use code, and that defines the 500 feet. And that when staff runs those notification address lists, we rely on information from the assessor in doing so.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner? I had a question for Leah around the decibels and that. A person had asked about sort of vertical and like sort of horizontal sound travel. Not something I'm an expert on. So can you kind of talk a little bit about how the sound would travel and how you would measure that? So if someone, I believe that person was sort of above, and does that change sort of any of the metrics that you use when you do sound?
Well, with our ordinance, it's at property lines based around the business. But in the case of, say, a point noise source, you do have noises going all around like a sphere. And in the case of this location, we do have, there's fences that start to block the noise. There is a cover over the stage that blocks sound going that way. And when we were on the site, there were a couple of modifications that we were talking about and considering, such as, acoustic, paneling maybe inside the stage to help on the roof and everything to help with that radiating music above, as well as the taller fence on the backside for those residents that are immediately behind them. But no, I haven't climbed fences and stuff to take readings above. So if you guys would like that.
No, that feels like a workman's comp issue.
Yeah,
but there are ways to mitigate sound, and there are ways that they could mitigate the sound.
Yeah, there are.
Thank you. Anything else before we move into deliberation, commissioners? Commissioner Shattuck McNally?
No, I feel like the packet had lots of important information that I read thoroughly. So I just wanted to ask those clarifying questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that. All right, Commissioner Cafalos, I'll let you start deliberation.
Commissioner Stevens, my apologies. May I just mention a couple things that I wanted to address that came up? Is that?
Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
A couple things I just wanted to point out is that, as we know, the purpose of this appeal is just regarding the director's decision. Did she make it an error? And we are not saying that the applicants cannot have outdoor live amplified music. We're saying if they want to seek approval for that, they would have to go through the planning process. And as the applicants mentioned, they have submitted an application. So that is in process. I did look. It looks like referral comments are due around May 23rd. But I do want to note that referral agencies do have the ability to ask for an extension if they need one. And then it is an administrative special review. So the director has the ability to either approve an administrative special review or kick it to a public hearing. It would be the director's decision on that. And then I guess the other thing I wanted to mention is that during the review, the director's determination, there was research that was reviewed, building permit code compliance research, but also the materials submitted by the applicant. And the burden of establishing proof that it's been in existence and there have been no gaps is on the applicant. And the only other thing I guess I want to mention is that I was thinking back to what Mr. Isaac said about kind of that time frame for that building permit. And I'm old too, so I'm going by my memory, but I believe that was probably the case where he had to sign the use affidavit, no amplified music, or else get a non-conforming determination that outdoor amplified music was allowed, or go through a planning process, to the best of my recollection. And I don't know. Anyway, thank you.
Is there anyone else on staff who had anything they wanted to add? Any questions we didn't ask? Okay. All right, now I'll bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioner Cafalos, I'm going to have you start deliberations.
Thank you. As a reminder, and I appreciate Samantha made a reference to this, in terms of the authority of the commissioners in this appeal process, we have the ability to reverse the director's decision, and that is based on a preponderance of evidence that supports that perhaps the decision at the time back in December by our community development director, who I think all of us have a great deal of respect for, that maybe was in error or inconsistent based on the information at hand back then. And also in terms of the interpretation of the purpose of the land use code, that it was perhaps inconsistent. So that's one aspect of what we may base our decision on regarding whether or not to approve this appeal or perhaps deny the appeal. The second really important thing for folks to consider is the matter that I think, Samantha, you also brought this to our attention, the burden of proof. And I think part of the community development director's decision back then was that she, based on the evidence, the code compliance records, and a variety of other things, determined that the applicants had not met that burden of proof regarding longevity and non-conforming use. So those are the things that we have to consider. With that in mind, I offer the following. First of all, let's see. It matters that all of you showed up. I appreciate the overwhelming support for the Isaacs and the Horsetooth Tavern. I think in particular it's wonderful to see at least one younger person, I believe Angela is that person's name, who did an awesome job of offering their perspective and why this is important to them. I also applaud the perhaps bit of courage from one of the commenters who did reference the loud noise. So it does matter that you're all here. And because I believe that we can address the noise issues, and I think the applicants have said they would involve a sound engineer. I think that our public health folks, our health and environment folks, Leah Schneider, offered to climb fences, I believe. Uh, um, but there are ways of perhaps further mitigating the noise issue to make sure we're being sensitive to everyone's needs. I think that's another important piece of this. But it is my opinion that if you consider the land use code, and for that matter, the comprehensive plan, it does speak a lot to how do we support appropriate economic development in these rural areas, and the fact that this area was zoned from open district zoning to a rural commercial zoning, in my view, reinforces the importance of having some type of sustainable business there. I think also there was quite a reference, and it was demonstrated by the turnout, that another aspect of the land use code, or certainly the comprehensive plan, is this idea of building community, and I think that was demonstrated this evening. So, based on all of what I've just shared, I believe that at this time, with the new information, there is a preponderance of evidence that indeed there's been music going on there for a long time. It's amplified music, it's outdoor music. I believe this is in alignment with our land use code and our comprehensive, excuse me, and our comprehensive plan. Therefore, I will support the appeal, which means denying, with the greatest respect, the decision that was made back, the administrative decision that was made back in December 6th, I believe it was. So I will support the appeal.
Thank you for the people that are remembering that we don't do that. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, your turn.
Madam Chair, I can't see whether we have, who's our county attorney there?
We have, yes, we have Christine Luckerson. She replaced Frank at about 4:20. So.
Hi, Commissioner, I'm here.
All right, may I ask a quick question, Madam Chair, before I go into deliberation?
Yeah, please do.
Christine, what is the legal protections for keeping the noise ordinance and whatever, if this gets, the appeal gets approved, if it does, what kind of legal bite does this have to make sure that, since they already signed the affidavit and they had non-conforming anyway, what do we have for teeth to ensure compliance at this point?
Sure, Commissioner, that's a good question. So the compliance would be like any other approval that we do. We'd have those conditions of approval that would run with the land and with the use. And so if they did violate those conditions of approval, we would do the same thing we do with other code compliance issues. It would go first to the code compliance department and then be escalated to either a county court or district court complaint if it required that path. But it would be no different than any of the other uses we have to enforce.
And is there a noise ordinance enforced on this business? What would be the noise or time, the dates or timing, like operation and decimal? Can you just remind me of that?
Commissioner, are you asking for the time parameters and the decibel levels?
Yeah, I just like to understand what is the parameters. Thank you.
Yeah, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., the county ordinance states decibel levels should be below 55 A-rated decibels. And then from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., it should be below 50 A-rated decibels.
So I just want to make sure I heard correctly. You'll have to forgive me. This is awkward. Trying to do this, not feeling well. This is until 7 p.m. up to 55, and then after 7 a.m. down to 50?
Correct.
Okay. But they can play music all night long from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Technically, if they're below 50 decibels, I don't
that would be another land use approval for loud music or for playing amplified music, and if there's any time restrictions. But as long as decibels are below 50, the noise ordinance doesn't apply.
Okay, so thank you, Leash, and I appreciate it. So back to Christine. Christine, is that anything we can do as part of this appeal process? Put in restrictions on operations of the outdoor, not the indoor, but the outdoor stage?
Yes, and I will let Ginny Axmaker speak to that.
Thank you.
So give me just a second to pull up a code reference. But in 1.10.7 CB, conditions of approval through the director or county commissioners may impose conditions on the request to extend, expand, enlarge, or change the character of a non-conforming use, building, or structure to accomplish the purpose and intent of this code and the comprehensive plan, prevent or mitigate adverse impacts on public neighborhoods, utilities, and county facilities, and ensure compatibility of land uses. These conditions may include requirements that some or all of the non-conforming use or that some or all areas of a non-conforming building, structure, or site be brought into compliance with the standards of Article 4 of this code. And with that, staff does have a few conditions in mind, should you be interested in hearing those.
I would be interested, but should we discuss that now, Madam Chair? Or would like me to continue with my deliberation? Because that concludes my question.
Let's continue with the deliberation, and then, we'll see where we're at the end, and then we'll see, if conditions are warranted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tough one, and I have to say I really appreciate everyone coming in and being so fiercely passionate about defending the owners who are not, like, as we know, after a long string of owners, the most current ones. And I don't doubt, and I don't think that's part of this application or the process, don't doubt their commitment to community, to the arts, to music, to supporting local businesses, supporting the youth in the community for summer jobs. That is not part of this process, and I commend them for community advocates and doing a lot to support the community and having a place where everyone can kind of like Cheers in Boston, go where everyone knows your name. That's wonderful. That's what we like to see in Larimer County. But that doesn't apply to the code or address the issue of whether or not the director's appeal was an error. So I do not believe that the director's appeal was an error. I believe our community development director did a thorough job, along with our fantastic staff, did a very thorough and complete job, and addressed and followed the land use code and her position to the letter of the land use code and the property. With that being said, I understand that there has been live music, though I didn't see much evidence. We always heard about live music, but no one ever stated whether it was inside or outside. They said there was some of the dirt, but we don't know if some of the live music was inside, but that's what they were hearing.
Please.
It wasn't really. Excuse me?
No, please go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, was there something, Madam Chair?
No, there was some outbursts from the audience, but please go ahead.
Okay. And so I'm just not sure, especially with all the public testimony today, it was really about the quality, the character, and that there has always been music there. And I'm sure there has been. Their property has gone through a lot of land use applications and changes over the years. So I don't think the director's report was an error. However, I can see, as Commissioner Kafal stated, how this kind of small business in a rural area is important and very important to this community. I'm trying to look for the two conditions. It said if we didn't think that if her report was an error, and I do not think her report was an error, but there was another condition that we could follow. I'm trying to pull this up. Maybe staff can help me. There was two conditions where we One was uphold, so we uphold the decision, but maybe consider that amplified music was not considered a non-conforming use, because maybe we have seen some anecdotal evidence that music has always been playing there at the center. And so I don't believe the director made her decision in error, but I'd be willing, if we put some conditions on the timing of how long the music goes at night, and making sure it's very strict on the noise levels, I would consider possibly considering this, if my colleagues would consider supporting some guidelines to protect the other neighbors who don't wish to hear music into the evenings and have to go inside to have conversations. So that's, and I base that on based on what I've heard and read through the documents. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you. Christine, did I cover that to suggest that motion, to suggest a condition of approval for limiting the hours at night, how late?
So, Commissioner, let me just make sure I have this straight. So you are saying that you are willing to reverse the director's decision if there are conditions placed upon when the music would be played. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Well, and Christine, that it sounds like from what Jenny read and stuff that would be fine to have some parameters on, or some conditions, and that staff might have some other conditions to suggest. So I'm going to do my deliberation, and then we can discuss that, if that's all right. I first of all, thank you for all coming out here. I really appreciate it. Sorry. I think there is ample evidence that there was a non-conforming use and that music has been played. It may not be quite historic, and there's no Polaroids apparently, but there is a lot of evidence, both from the affidavits and from people's memory and such, that there's always been amplified music on at this site. My son's a musician too, and as long as you can plug in your amp, you can play music pretty much anywhere. So you don't need a stage, and so the stage really is probably a relevant piece of information. But I do appreciate the people that went and filled out an affidavit, because they're really putting it out there that they believe that this to be true. So I am in favor of reversing the director's decision, and I will. And so it sounds like all we have to talk about is what conditions might be met. I think that the owners themselves said that they didn't want to play music after 10. I mean, I think that allowing music up till 10 would be a fine condition for me, and I would consider that. Commissioner Kafalis.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments and all of the comments. I just want to reiterate what I attempted to say earlier, that at the time, with the information that the community development director had at hand, she made that decision. But I would offer that a decision was made based on the information at hand at that time. As a result of this evening, I think we have received the preponderance of evidence that there has been a long-term non-conforming use. And so I also think that the other aspect of what we can base our decision on is the intent of the land use code. And this is a rural commercial zoned area, which suggests that appropriate economic development is in the interest of the community. In our comprehensive plan, it supports those kinds of things. In our comprehensive plan, it supports building community. So I want to make sure that that's really clear to folks. And also, one final comment I'll make is there's been ample testimony as to the character of the owners of this business, the Horsetooth Tavern. And it is my humble opinion that we don't necessarily need a condition of approval to make sure that they close the music down at 10 o'clock. I want to trust in the character. I want to trust in our ability to enforce the noise ordinance and do the proper mitigation measures to address, noise issues that might be affecting folks who live above the tavern. That is my opinion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will say the decision has no reflection on, I think staff did their job. So I think that's important to say, and that we respect staff, and that there is new evidence that really supports the idea that there has always been live music played here. I mean, it's not a trust issue with the 7 to 10 because they might not always be the owners. And so I think that would, if that's going to be a non-conforming use in perpetuity, that, I mean, it has nothing to do with not trusting these owners. It's just that provides some measure of comfort for the people who live around that area that do have concerns about the noise. And 10 o'clock is, I don't think that there's, even at, big amphitheaters like Fiddler's Green, they don't usually play much after 10. So I don't think that's a big condition to put on, and I think it does protect, any future owners that maybe you want to stay forever. I don't know, but at some point you might want to sell. So that's why I would consider a condition. It's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of into the future protecting the residents who live around that area.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't have said it better than myself. It's not a matter of trust. It's about process. And I'm not saying that there wasn't, there was evidence that came in even today, and so the affidavits, and it's, but I don't know if it always showed which part of the property it showed on. So I struggled with that, but I couldn't have said it what you just said better. I would feel more comfortable, but I do think that staff with information, especially director with information that they had at the time, that it was not made in error or inconsistent with the intent and purpose of the land code, but I'd be willing to go and support this after the evidence we received and heard today, if we could put that condition on. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's hear from staff, because it sounds like there might be a couple other conditions they might suggest.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevens. I'm just going to share a screen with some proposed conditions that you can modify, delete, or we can discuss. Let me pull that up. Can you see that? Let me see if I can. Would you like me to? I'm sure you're reading it, but I don't know how legible it is it's not very legible. Okay.
I can read that.
Perfect. Yes. And I'll also change it to slide view. Hang on one second.
So I don't know if folks in the audience can read it. We'll just kind of summarize that the staff was suggesting that music must end by 7 unless the applicant can just
Sorry.
Oh, it's a little bigger, huh? Can demonstrate to the health department that the improvements to the property have been mitigated, and then it could go till 10. Purchase a professional sound meter that can be calibrated. Any expansion of the stage would need to come into compliance to appropriate land use code process as required, or only have outdoor amplified music a certain number of days a week or specific days. Okay.
If I could just add, condition number 2 is at the recommendation of the health department. So Leah can speak to that if you have questions.
Okay. Yeah, sure, Leah, let's speak to that one.
Sure. When we were on site, we compared noise meters because they do have one on site, and they were trying to stay below the noise level, but their meter is not calibratable. It's an older one, and it was reading lower than mine, so it looked like they were in compliance on theirs. So that's why I'm requesting, like, ours is a professional one that we send in for calibration annually. So we're just asking that they do that too, so they can self-monitor.
All right, so any comments on these recommendations? Commissioner Kavalis, please.
So I guess I'm curious of staff, where did the proposed conditions 3 and 4 come from, since they weren't part of the previous discussion? The previous discussion was mostly based on noise issues.
So condition 3 stems from how we would treat any legal nonconforming use that should you expand it, you need to come into conformance. And so that's where we're saying that if they in the future want to expand this use, they would have to come into compliance through whatever the code would require at that time. Right now, the code requires an administrative special review, but that process could change in the future. And so it would be just abiding by that process at that time that's required at that time. The fourth condition is if you wanted to limit it other than just until 10 p.m. or 7 p.m., you could also limit it to the weekends or specific days of the week. What I want to make sure that we reflect in this is whether or not we are only permitting amplified live music or any sort of amplified music, because if we just say amplified music, they could play recordings of things. It does not have to be live music, and that was a large part of the discussion. So I would just note that to the commission.
That's, Madam Chair, if I might, that's an important distinction. I thought this was all to be able to have live music, so I would want that to be specified. I didn't think about, having music all the time. I think that would be important. There's only for, if they're going to talk about having the arts and stuff, I think I would like to have it specified to live music. Thank you.
Can I just ask, I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and just maybe, I think that you were talking about live music, weren't you?
Well, yes, I am, but we also have TVs on the patio, and we have these little Sonos speakers that technically are amplified music, but they're quiet compared to a band. So it's like quiet house music playing, or if there's football on, we'll have a speaker on the TV playing football.
Okay.
But whatever amplified music we have is going to be within the allowable decibel level, so I don't really think that's a non-issue. As long as we stay within the decibel levels, it shouldn't matter whether it's a football game, house music, or amplified music.
Thank you. Thanks for explaining that.
And we don't intend on playing past 10. I'm okay with staying till 10 o'clock, and no sooner than 11 a.m. That's kind of what I would think would be our parameters, was will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. But I don't think we should be restricted on the number of days. We're not saying 7 days a week, but it shouldn't be a certain number of days a month or a weekend a month, something like that. That wouldn't really
work. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up. Commissioner Kavalis. Sorry. Come back. I'm so sorry. You guys are getting your steps in. I hope you have your little pedometers on. Commissioner Kavalis has a question for you.
Sure.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're at it, do you have any opinions about the 4 proposed conditions of approval?
I had a question about number 3, because we had discussed adding about 6 square feet of space to the stage. Now, would that just be something that's through the building department, or what?
Definitely, it would require a building permit, and the outdoor patio area does trigger a requirement for administrative special review. But I guess my thought is, let's look and see where you're proposing that. We want to be reasonable, we want to apply our code, but there's also some flexibility built into the code. So just like we discussed the fence and you didn't have to get a permit and you sent me information, I'm happy to do that as well. We can take a look at what you're proposing and see if it triggers a process.
Okay. No, then I'm fine. I'm fine with that, except for number 4.
Yeah, I'm not fine with number 4 either.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not interested in number 4, so let's take off number 4. All right. Anything further? Commissioner Kavalis.
What did you ask me?
Questions, comments?
So, in the interest of achieving some measure of common ground, you folks can adhere to, live the first three conditions of approval?
Well, are we talking about having it end at 7 now or 10? Just clarify that.
Can we clarify that, please? My understanding was they closed down the music at 10. There are different decibel levels up till 7 p.m. Could we make sure that that's clear? That we're
maybe just put it in there that the decibel levels should be 55 up until 7, and between 7 and 10, 50.
Or just say that they have to abide by the noise ordinance. That music can be played till 10 as long as they are abiding by the noise ordinance.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And if someone is not happy with that, then we have a complaint process.
Somebody asked, what if they change the noise ordinance levels?
Let's not do that.
I feel like we're horse trading.
The noise ordinance levels at the time. I mean, yeah.
Madam Chair, I just feel like we're horse trading, and I just don't feel comfortable with that, so.
Okay, thank you for lodging your discomfort with that.
So the applicant also said they weren't planning to start till 11, so can we just go ahead and put 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. since they offered that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, sure. If that makes you more comfortable, Commissioner, that's fine.
And I do have more sound mitigation to do to the stage. It wasn't just the fence. So part of that stage has a steel roof, which reverberates sound waves up. So I plan on spray foaming the underside of that stage and the back walls and doing sound panels before we perform on that stage. That's going to be accomplished, just so everyone knows.
Great, thank you. All right, it seems that we have come to some agreeable conditions, and so Commissioner Shattuck McNally, anything further you want to add before we look for a motion here?
Could I ask staff to put those up again, please? I apologize, Madam Chair.
Sure, of course.
A lot of changes were made and then they were taken down for me. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally, I'll put those back up.
Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate your patience, Commissioner Gonzalez. I hope in the same shoes I would give you, I just want you to understand I'm trying my best. I hope your patience. Thank you.
All right, can you see those recommendations, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, are we ready for a motion here? Commissioner Gonzalez, can you make that motion, please?
Yes, I can do so. I move to grant the appeal based on the fact that the applicant has met the burden of proof based on evidence that outdoor amplified music has existed, and we have heard evidence of that use, and pursuant to 1.10.7.c.8, that the purposes and intent of this code and the comprehensive plan can be met by granting this appeal with the following conditions. Number one, outdoor amplified music is allowed from 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. and must comply with the noise ordinance. Number two, the owners shall purchase a professional sound meter that can be calibrated and calibrated annually with records on site. And number three, any expansion of the stage would require the use to come into compliance through the appropriate land use code process as required.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item?
I'm tempted to offer further discussion, but I will not.
Okay, thank you. Everybody feels relieved about that. No offense. Motion on the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 3-0. Thank you. That hearing is over. I think we're going to take a break now, half an hour. We'll have some dinner and we'll come back to our next two items. Thank you, everyone. from our break, and we are on our item number 3 in our land use hearing. That's the Heller short-term rental special review, file number 24, zone 3625. And we will begin with a staff presentation on this item.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Laura Colton, Planner 2, and I'll be presenting on the Heller short-term rental special review, file number 24, zone 3625. Some background on our short-term rental regulations. On April 3rd of 2023, the Board of County Commissioners adopted revised regulations approving and operating short-term rentals in the unincorporated portions of Larimer County, including the Estes Valley. On June 1st of 2023, these revised regulations went into effect. Some notable changes for short-term rentals are that the special review process is now required for short-term rentals in the rural and mixed-centered zone districts. There's also a 500-foot separation requirement from Larimer County Parks and Open Spaces, as well as a 500-foot separation requirement from other short-term rentals. There are also new floodplain overlay district standards and local roadway and access standards. The applicant here today is requesting special review approval for a 4-bedroom and 1 additional sleeping area, 9-guest short-term rental in an existing single-unit residence. The property owner and applicant here today is Chris Heller, and I want to note that this application is the first special review short-term rental application under the current regulations being brought to the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners for review. The property is located at 767 Skinner Gulch Road in Loveland, Colorado, 80537. And it's about half a mile northwest of the intersection of West County Road 18 and Skinner Gulch Road. This is northwest of Pinewood Lake. This property is in the open zone district. It's 40 acres, and there's an on-site well and septic. The property is serviced by the Larimer County Emergency Services, and it takes access off of Skinner Gulch Road. I have the definition of a short-term rental here, which is just a principal dwelling rented to transient guests who are part of one party for short-term lodging, which is 30 days or less, when the property is not occupied by the owner-operator. And short-term rentals are limited to 10 or fewer guests who are part of one party. And in the land use code, a short-term rental is classified as a commercial lodging facilities use and permitted in the open zone district following special review approval. Here's a quick overview of the special review process, starting with the sketch plan phase where we did staff and referral agency evaluation and comment review. There was a sketch plan meeting with the applicant and staff, followed by a neighborhood meeting. And then we met with the applicant to discuss the public hearing phase, followed by staff referral, agency evaluation and comment review. In March, we had the Planning Commission review and recommendation. And finally, we're here today for the Board of County Commissioner review and decision. During the sketch plan phase, we notified 13 property owners within 500 feet of the application with postcards. And I have the numbers here with how many people provided comments in opposition and support during the sketch plan phase. In October of 2024, there was a neighborhood meeting held by the applicant at the property in which 2 community members attended. And then during the public hearing phase, we had 2 additional community members provide comments in opposition. The next few slides are going over the review criteria in which you'll be basing your decision, starting with the general review criteria, and then going into the general standards for short-term rentals, which is in 335B of the Land Use Code. These go on, and we have the safety standards for short-term rentals, floodplain standards for short-term rentals, and then roadway and access standards for short-term rentals. Since this was a special review application, Article 4 development standards were also reviewed, including the ones on the screen. So staff are of the opinion that the proposed special review for the Heller short-term rental meets the criteria in Articles 335B, 642D, and the development standards in Article 4. There were no concerns received from referral agencies during the review process, and no comments were received from the 4 agencies listed on the screen here. At the Planning Commission hearing on March 19th of this year, we started off with a staff presentation. Planning Commission members asked several questions of staff, followed by an applicant presentation, and then public comment from one community member was provided in opposition. The Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the Heller short-term rental special review, and the motion passed with a vote of 7-0. And here I have a suggested motion recommending approval of the Heller short-term rental with conditions listed. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Cavallis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have any questions of staff at this time.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally, do you have any questions for Laura?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
So can we put back up those conditions, please? And Laura, I appreciate you doing that. So I'm wondering, contact surrounding property owners within a 500-foot radius of the STR. Because that has such a large property, it might only be 2 homeowners, and I know several people leave in that area and up and down that road. Is there, I know that's probably just in our, I know it's a conditional approval, but I think that for other folks who live up and down the road or other people who might be worried about some unauthorized use, that it would be nice they know who to contact. So is that something we could request? Because I don't feel like 500-foot radius is enough.
So 500 feet is just a standard condition that we recommend. If you would like to change the distance of that radius, you most certainly could propose something else, and staff can update the condition accordingly.
Okay, and then I see that, I'm trying to remember which one was but the wildfire safety inspection, as I understand, and maybe this has changed, that they had 2 failures on that, or is that the other short-term? After all these long hearings, I'm trying to keep them all straight.
So I'll let the applicant explain more in his presentation, but I believe there is some mitigation he does in the winter that requires him to keep something on the property at this time during the winter, but he will be required to pass a wildfire inspection prior to us issuing the short-term rental license. But I think the applicant would be more appropriate to answer that question.
Okay, and when we do our recertification, and which is every 2 years, is that just automatic, or do you go out and do an inspection of the property just to see if there's any changes or additions?
I don't have an answer to that question right now, but I will look into it and get back to you, Commissioner.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So no questions. I don't have any questions at this time either, so I'll have the applicant come up. Chris Heller. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for having me this evening. Before I get into my semi-prepared statement, Commissioner Shattuck McNally, I'd like to address your first statement about folks within more than 500 feet of the property being notified. It's actually a part of my statement. So first of all, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong here, the purpose of folks within 500 feet being notified, there's no one within 500 feet of my house. It's a 40-acre property, and it's very oddly shaped, and it crosses a mountain range. And more than folks within 500 feet were notified, which I wasn't real happy about, but the county defended. And then someone within my community took it upon herself, and this is a person within the community that tends to be at the heart of all of the controversies within the community, to inform everybody in the community. She sent out a mass email to over 50 households. And that's why I ended up with so many responses from the community about it. I responded to each one of those individuals personally. Many members of the community, almost as many members of the community came out and supported me as opposed me. Many of them who initially sent in opposition then changed their position after I talked to them. What was your other question, Ms. Shattuck McNally?
You don't need to answer my questions right now. I would prefer
Okay.
you to start your presentation. Thank you.
Sure. So in addition to that, I have engaged my community as thoroughly as I possibly can to address the concerns at hand. Among the steps required by the community or the county with the community, one couple showed up to my house when we had that meeting there. One couple showed up to the planning commission hearing, and I believe one of my neighbors is here today, maybe two? Just one. Okay. So, I feel like we live in a day and age where people have lots of easy negative things to say when they can do it from the comfort of their armchair at their phone or their laptop, and it's as easy to send in an email. It's easy to complain about things. It's difficult to accomplish things. And I'd say the fact that the county has put these new regulations in 2 years ago and nobody has been able to get as far as I have shows how difficult it is to accomplish this. I have been at this for nearly 2 years, and I've lost a lot of sleep over it, and it's been extremely expensive for me. I'm doing it because it'll make a difference in my life. I'm not some outside investor who purchased this property to make a profit off it like this. I've been living in this house for 13 years. It's my version of the American dream. And this is a part of my ability to make sure that I hold on to it for my life, my retirement, and the future generations of my family. Most of the complaints surrounded fires, road usages, crime, and one person mentioned property value. The person who mentioned property value was also the person who sent out the community-wide email in the first place. It's since come to light that she put her property on the market. She's not complaining about this because she's going to have to live with me as a neighbor. She's complaining about it because she was concerned about it as she's selling her house. And if she had gone so far as to do a Google search, she would find that having neighbors with Airbnbs doesn't decrease her property value, it increases it. As to fires, the county has gone a long ways to make sure that we mitigate fires, and I'm constantly doing fire mitigation work on my property, including 8 loads of slash that I hauled off the mountain yesterday. What Ms. Culleton was referring to, I had the fire inspector come up to the house, and one of the things that she asked for me to change, I have a recreational fire pit and a slash fire pit. I burn slash in the wintertime as part of my forest fire mitigation work. I do it in a safe location where I can get a garden hose to it, but apparently they didn't like that, so I had to fill it in. I needed it through the winter to burn some slash. This weekend, I moved 2 tons of earth to fill in that pit. So I've addressed that matter. I've dismantled my recreational fire pit. I've provided a propane fire pit, and I have a blurb, more than a blurb, but 2 pages in my manual to guests that states why they should never have a fire. And, you know, the fact that I've been evacuated 3 times with pictures of the smoke plumes from the fires and things like that. So I've addressed those issues, and so has the county. As far as the road usage, first, it's a seasonal rental. I never intend to rent it out in the winter. So there won't be guests on the roads during inclement weather. And it's a 4-bedroom house. So, you know, we can say that it's 9 people, but really that's 4 couples at most. Most of the time it's just going to be families. And so, you know, that being 4 cars is as many cars as I had coming going from my house when my ex-wife and my kids were there. It's, as a paying member of the road association, it's no more than I have a right to. Other members of the community have the person who instigated the problem hosted a wedding at her house, maybe multiple, I'm not sure. She had hundreds of people coming and going, and never consulted me about road usage. So it seems a little silly to me. As to crime, by definition, crimes are already illegal. I don't know how to mitigate that any further. And the people that are staying in my house are registered, so we know their names. The registering agencies, whether it's Airbnb or VRBO or any of those kinds of companies, they know exactly who these people are. So if they commit a crime, they're going to get caught. It just doesn't seem very wise to me. Not that crime in general is wise, but particularly stupid. And, you know, this, I'm going to be renting a house at $600 a night with a 4-night minimum. You know, chances are the people that are staying there aren't tweakers and crackheads. They can afford it. As I said, this place is my American dream. I'm doing this for my personal financial stability in the long term, to take care of myself and my kids, my grandkids someday, to be able to pass this place along through the generations. I've been through an awful lot to get to this point. And I humbly request that you grant me this permit. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Heller.
Do you have questions?
Any questions?
Before I walk away.
Not at this time. I'll wait till later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cavallis, any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chris Heller. I wonder if you could perhaps say a little bit more about the private road access matter. My understanding is that this Skinner Gulch Road, that comes off of the
Pole Hill.
Thank you, Pole Hill Road, 18E or something, and that you did provide an engineering report. Could you speak to the road access issue and perhaps how that relates to discussions with the road association about whether or not they should have been consulted, that sort of thing, sir?
Sure. So there are 2 different road associations here, and I'm a paying member of both. Okay. So the Pole Hill Road Association, Pole Hill is a privately paved road. Skinner Gulch Road is a dirt road that crosses private properties, including my own, and is a perpetual right-of-way across those properties. The road association covenants and restrictions, we don't have a homeowners association, okay? So the road association covenants and restrictions allow for rentals, and it allows for guests. There's nothing that specifically would prevent me from doing this. Now, there have been other members of the community that will make an argument that it's against the rules, but I think it's easy to argue back. And it's neither here nor there as to the county's regulations. If they want to sue me for that, I'll see them in court.
Thank you. Just a comment that, as has been mentioned in the reports, and often we're reminded by our county attorneys, that matters that regarding covenants and HOAs, that's a civil matter that needs to be resolved amongst the neighbors. And ultimately, we make our decision based on the various review criteria and all of that. So let me see. Give me a moment, please. I appreciate that. And I think you mentioned earlier, and I think it's in the information, that you always considered this proposed short-term rental as a seasonal rental, because I've been up there a little bit. It's been a long time, but maybe before it, with the Pole Hill Road was they covered it with asphalt, but it's a tricky road in the wintertime. So could you speak a little bit more to that? Because I think some of the comments that we saw, well, up here, winter can be, as late as May or June. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that's the reason why I wanted it to be seasonal in the first place. Oftentimes neighbors will call up workers to come and work on their property, and they don't tell them about the roads, and they end up sliding off in the ditches. Me being a good neighbor, I'm probably half a dozen times per winter I pull people out of ditches or give them rides home. It happens, and that's why I never considered this as something that I would do in the wintertime. In the summertime, the roads are fine. People don't slide off. There's, a half a mile of dirt road between my house and the paved road. You got to watch out for deer in the summer, but it's not dangerous.
May I ask just a couple more? What about emergency response access? Fire trucks or other first responders, how does that work on that one? Those on Skinner Gulch Road in particular.
Sure. Well,
should there be an emergency?
I certainly met the requirements by the county that there is enough width for the emergency vehicles to get there, and there are places for them to turn around. I've done plenty of mitigation on my property to make sure that if there's ever a fire, they can get up the driveway and those sorts of things. And of course, if there were ever a forest fire, it would be evacuated long before it became an issue.
And
as to response times or specific things. Yesterday, as I was hauling slash off of the property, I heard a siren on the property, which is unusual for our neighborhood. And as I came out, a county ranger was the first responder, and there's always county rangers up there because there are 4 lakes that are county parks, and one is only a mile away, so the rangers are always nearby. So if a first responder needs to be there, those rangers are pretty well trained in several different types of law enforcement and EMS sort of basic training. And the fire department and ambulance and the sheriff's department were maybe 5-10 minutes behind that. It really did not take them long to respond.
Okay. Last question, please. Thank you. Can you speak to the requirement that the property manager be within 1 hour's distance? I believe you are the designated property manager, and I thought I read somewhere that you were planning to set up a tent. No, I think you rent an apartment perhaps or something like that.
Yes, sir. I intend to rent an apartment in Fort Collins so that I can be close.
And that's within the hour?
Yes. And, in the future, I might change that to hire a property manager. At this point in time, I've invested so much into this, I need to make my money back before I go hiring other people to help me out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, did you think of any questions or for the applicant?
Not at this time. I certainly
Okay.
will have some comments later. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions right now, so we'll have you sit and we'll do some public comment, and then you can come back up and respond to public comment.
All right, thank you.
So we will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who wanted to give public comment? Please come forward. Is it just one person, or is there anyone else? Okay. No, that's all right. So you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you'll just introduce yourself, and you can get going.
Close enough. Oh God, that's unsettling. My name is Kyle Rangel. I'm the first house that his customers will be driving across as far as our property goes. You guys ready? Perfect. In September of 22, the Courtney Van Buskirk STR was approved down by Pinewood Reservoir. Despite their rules packet, the Green Mountain community has repeatedly had to deal with college kids throwing bangers at the Airbnb down by the lake. Also, the owners of the short-term rental haven't had to deal with their customers getting stuck on Greenwood Drive. It's been the other members of the community that have. Greenwood Drive is a handicap access ramp compared to Skinner Gulch Road. Even our section of pole can be very dangerous. Chris's own daughter went off the side of it a few years back. Granted, it was in the winter, but she grew up here and she is familiar with the roads. And nobody can deny that the summer rains can drastically change our dirt road driving conditions. STRs are not covered under standard homeowners insurance because insurance companies understand the increased liability and risk. On our roads, we have no speed limit signs, no blind turn warnings, no steep grade warnings, or cliff warnings. I spoke with State Farm this morning, and State Farm Insurance says that not only can the ROA be held accountable for damages and injuries, but the individual landowner of the section of road that is on their property can as well. Under the guiding principles of Larimer County's website, the mission is stated as Larimer County government upholds and advances the community's health, safety, well-being, and quality of life. I am a dummy through and through, but I don't see how an STR in a secluded high fire risk area that is not included in the LFRA's boundaries with no cell phone service, that is also accessed by driving across other people's properties, meets that mission. Mr. Kvalis, you mentioned that it was civil as far as our covenants. Chris said there's nothing in there that says. Ms. Colton described a short-term rental as a commercial. That's in here. That says there's no commercial businesses. Under road use, it says all roads within the property shall be considered as a private road for private use of members of the association and their guests. By definition of the word guest is a person who's invited to visit the home of or take part in a function organized by another. That's not what the definition of a short-term rental is. It's a transient guest. As far as nuisances, nothing which may be or may become annoying or a nuisance to others shall be permitted to any lot, tract, or parcel of property. No obnoxious or offensive activity or commercial business or trade shall be carried out. There's plenty of examples in our covenants that say no commercial businesses are allowed. These things are dangerous. There was the shooting in Adams County last year, the shooting at the Venezuelans that were able to rent the Airbnb at Evergreen. These things are dangerous, and the background checks aren't doing the work.
Thank you, Kyle. Is there anyone else who wanted to give public comment in the audience? Can we ask if there's anyone online?
There are no members of the public online.
Okay. Then we will close public comment, and we'll have the applicant come back up. You have 5 minutes to respond to what you heard.
So his first comment was about how my daughter was in an accident on the road. It was the first snowstorm of the winter. She hadn't got her tires changed out yet, and she was 16 years old. She's just not a very experienced driver. But yeah, the roads can be dangerous in the wintertime, and that's why I'm not going to do it in the wintertime. His next comment was about homeowner's insurance. I've already gotten my insurance policy changed to some great expense of my own part to cover the issue. And the next part he mentioned was the liability to the road owners. So yeah, of course, it's possible that if somebody got into an accident on a road that's on privately owned property, they could venture to create a lawsuit against the owner of the road. I'd be hard pressed to see statistics of anyone who ever sued the owner of a road. I mean, there are millions of car accidents all the time. People don't sue the owner of the road. And then the prosecution would have the burden of proving that the road caused the accident rather than the driver. And then a judge would have to side with that when they look at this and they say, okay, this community who puts in all of this time and effort and work into maintaining these roads is now liable for whatever accident this person got into. I think it's a hypothetical that has to create several leaps in order for it to actually become a problem. And something that's never happened in our community. So they've had these private roads up there for 30 years or something. Nobody's ever been sued because of an accident. An accident yet. And as I've demonstrated, people slide off that road in the winter all the time. Commercial vehicles, workers that come up there and don't know that they need four-wheel drive to get up there in the winter, and they slide off the road and they don't sue anybody. So, it's kind of been tested for a long time. The last part is the covenants and restrictions, which Commissioner Kafalis has already mentioned is a civil matter. And if Kyle wants to try to bring suit over it, then so be it. But I like Kyle. I don't want to have problems with you as a neighbor. Yeah. And I think all of his points are easily arguable about the covenants and restrictions, but that's a matter for another day.
Still have a couple minutes if you want to say anything else. Okay.
Just if you have questions.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Kafalis?
Thank you. Earlier you said that based on
Sorry, Commissioner, I don't have your mic.
I'll try that again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. You mentioned that in response to the emails that you received, mostly expressing opposition, that you had personally attempted or met with those folks. I mean, can you say more about what level of community engagement neighborhood engagement, with the gentleman that's here? What kind of communication has occurred to try to find a comfortable space here, if that's possible?
Sure. So most of it was done by email. We had a long thread of community comments, which I would respond to, and I would spend time responding to each person individually as they sent in their complaints to the county. I was informed of those and given those, and I respectfully reached out to each member, including Kyle and his mother. And we had a simple email exchange. I didn't change his mind, and that'll happen. I did change several other people's minds, and for the most part, we just agreed to disagree. There was one or two members of the community that they seemed to be fairly obstinate people in general that just wasn't able to get any traction with. Some of the people that issued statements in my opposition it's worth mentioning that they are miles away from my house. Oftentimes on the other side of mountains behind locked gates. Nothing on my property, nothing has ever in 13 years has ever happened on my property that's ever bothered or affected any of my neighbors. And I don't see why that should change now, especially people that live on opposite mountains behind locked gates. It seems a little silly to me.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? Commissioner Shattuck McNally, you have a question?
Yep. So, Mr. Heller, I can understand why some neighbors would be concerned, because we do have folks who do have large properties in other parts of the county where guests start walking and hiking and trespass on other people's properties. So what kind of mitigation efforts have you considered at all regarding making people understand that there are property lines and that it's not go wherever you want to go on that kind of private area?
Yes, ma'am. So first of all, trespassing is a crime in and of itself. The property lines are clearly marked. I have it laid out in the packet that the county requires from me, a map of the property and what they have access to. I'm not even giving them access to all of my property, much less free reign to go anywhere else. There are fences on 3 sides of the property where the house is, with no trespassing signs on them, and the road on the 4th side. So the portion that they have access to is only the portion on that side of the road, and it's clearly marked, clearly outlined. There's a map of it and a statement within the packet that says that they are not allowed to leave that area.
So you stated, Mr. Heller, that you had reached out to some of the folks on Facebook or online and respectfully reach out to them to share your perspectives, but you seem still pretty frustrated or express frustration here. And I'm curious if some of those folks changed their mind. I don't remember seeing any emails. Could they have sent an email or indicated that they had talked to you and you had reassured them of their concerns?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were people who specifically recanted their statements. So first of all, it wasn't on social media; it was by email, but it's really not relevant. Belinda Biddle, for example, I can't see the packet right now. I don't know if we have a statement from her, but she was one of the people that initially sent in a statement in opposition. I had a conversation with her. I've known her for over a decade. She then rescinded her statement. So whether the county pulled her statement out or not is not something that I'm privy to. So that's a question for your staff. But I think there were at least 3 or 4 people who initially sent in statements that then told me they recanted.
So you seem very resistant to my question about adding a bigger area of being able to contact the property manager, which would be you initially, and that you would be within an hour's response time. You know, sometimes having more folks have the ability to call you to say something's going on gives you the opportunity to address that and maybe address their concerns instead of them calling the county and complaining, because you know those add up. And so I'm curious about your resistance to that when we do have people, you will have a lot of people going on that private road to get to your property.
Ms. Shattuck McNally, I'm not resistant at all. Because of our road association, we have a community contact list that gets sent out to everyone in the community once a month. It's updated constantly. And because of the email thread that I've already described, everyone in the community is aware that I'm doing this. If anybody ever has a problem with it, most of them know me personally. And nobody's going to have any trouble getting in touch with me. They all have my email address. They all have my phone number.
But you understand that you have to respond as a property manager within 24 hours. I think I forgot, the staff remind me what the timing is, but you have to respond within a certain amount of time.
Sure. I don't have a problem with that. I'll be within an hour of the property. I can get there as fast as I can.
Okay. I do know your neighborhood very well and have been invited to go out and tour the roads because the Road Association has invited me several times to come and look at signage and other things. So just want to be clear, I'm very aware of that whole neighborhood and the issues. I know how that road is a little bit challenging. So I just want to share that so I understand kind of the concerns of those neighbors. So I think that's all I have for right now, Madam Chair, other than staff. If he don't know where he's renting his apartment, this is a question for staff. We don't know where he's renting an apartment or where he's going to be. How do we verify that he's within an hour?
Well, I can tell you that any place in Fort Collins is within an hour. I have a pretty good idea of where I'm going to rent, but there's no sense in me spending the money to rent before I know whether or not I'm getting a permit. So I can't lock that down at this time. I can just promise you that I will be, and I'll give you the new address.
Well, my question was for staff.
Sorry.
Commissioner, sorry about that. So before we issue the license, we require the applicant to tell us where the property manager resides. So that will be handled if he is granted approval today.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Kvalis, any questions for the applicant?
I do not, Madam Chair. I do have a question at the appropriate time for staff.
Okay. Well, we'll let you sit down and we'll bring you back up if there are any questions that come up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair Stevens, I'd like to answer a question that Commissioner Shattuck McNally asked previously about the reinspection. I have 1 second. Let me pull it up. This is an excerpt from our land use code regarding the life safety inspection and license renewal for short-term rentals. So it will be required that the short-term rental is re-inspected by the building division every 4 years. And then during the years when a re-inspection is not required, the property owner or the operator shall self-certify that the short-term rental remains in compliance with the regulations. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Laura.
Yes.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally, does that answer your question?
Yes, and I appreciate Laura remembering that. Also, no one answered my question about the fire inspection. Because he had 2 failures and he didn't address that. So is it just the fire? I mean, he kind of did, but he's been burning piles. But will you inspect that fire pit's gone and all the other items that were listed as failures?
Yes, so Derek Rosenquist with our sheriff's department, he'll go out to the property again, and we will require a passing inspection before our office will issue the short-term rental license, and the applicant is aware of that requirement, as well as a building life safety inspection is required to be passed before the license will be issued as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kvalis, do you have some questions of staff?
Yes, one in particular. I don't want to let our engineering folks off too easy, but I'm wondering, David, or the appropriate person, there's been a fair amount of discussion about the road, Skinner Gulch Road, and my understanding is that an engineer's report was submitted and certified that indicated that the road meets our Larimer County rural area road standards. Would you be kind enough to expand on that and tell us a little bit more what your observation was, or whoever looked at that report, and in your estimation or the engineering department's estimation, the condition of that road and some of the issues related to that?
Yeah, so our roads are required. All short-term rentals are required to meet our rural area road standards, as you said, Appendix G. That's kind of our lowest level of acceptable, safe, and adequate access. We don't certify it ourselves. We rely on other engineering firms to do that. And a professional engineer stamped that certification that certifies that that road meets Appendix G standards. We don't go out and certify that. We really rely on the professional engineer stamped certification.
Were you, to what extent did you review that report from the engineer? How does that work on our end? We just look at the signature, or do we look at it, just give it a quick review? How do we do that?
We do review it. We read through all of it, and there are times where that certification is stamped, but we don't accept it just based off of. We usually have like about a 10% deviance in our standards for sections shorter than 200 feet or so. I can't tell you exactly what that is without reading the code, but that's a general kind of requirement that we have, and we do review that. But again, we don't go out and certify that that road is 20 feet or so the whole way up. We really do rely on that and the professional engineer stamped.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shernick McNally, any questions for staff?
Staff?
Or the applicant?
Not the applicant right now. I'm just asking staff. I was looking for any of the extra emails. Did those come in today in the other packet? And I'm just not looking in the right area for any recanting statements.
I did not receive any additional comments from people redacting their statements during the public hearing phase at all. If there were any comments in support, they'd be included during the sketch plan phase, which I can go through and look right now, but I don't remember seeing any of someone kind of taking back their comments. But of course, we included everything as part of the public record that they submitted.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Laura.
All right, are we ready for deliberation?
Sure.
You ready? All right, Commissioner Shernick McNally, I'll let you start this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the folks who came out to testify and be a part of this process today. I know you had to wait a long time to be here at a land use hearing. These are important matters, and we want to make sure that we are being thoughtful of all folks in the neighborhood and the area. And with these large properties, it's really thinking about all the people that expand, especially due to wildfire risk. Yes, it is proven with studies that living to next to short-term rentals can potentially decrease your property values for several factors, especially transient neighborhood guests, potential noise, but also the increasing reduced for wildfire. And this is called the externality effect, and it was a study that was 2023 that showed some of this. Also, this area has been evacuated during the Alexander Mountain Fire. This was an area of high wildfire risk, and that area has been working with LFRA. It is correct, they're not in the boundaries of LFRA. So LFRA, if they do respond, there is no volunteer fire department for that area. So if LFRA responds, that it is something they're doing that is not in their area, and it costs to all the other taxpayers who play into that district. Also, the comment about that the rangers respond. Yes, we have certified rangers. That is to help with activity on the reservoirs and camping, and they are very, very busy because we are stretched thin with our public safety. And I don't appreciate kind of thinking that because they can respond first, that they are there to cover things like short-term rental complaints and things, because that is a very resource-strapped department, and those folks need to be on rescue people off the reservoirs and dealing with interactions in campgrounds, etc. When it comes to knowing that there is really, I don't remember saying anything about a fire hydrant, but there's not water there. I worry about wildfire risk. I worry about the private road and some of the maintenance that would require. I'm sure there won't be a lot of people, but it's still kind of that challenge of understanding all the nuances of the road, even if it's going to be seasonality. pieces with, I appreciate the applicant thinking ahead for that. I do have concerns about, you know, because the applicant has been kind of frustrated with the process of having to get rid of his fire pit. I just worry about understanding the wildfire risk, especially when it's not in a fire district. So I just feel that there's just a lot here that I feel uncomfortable with. And so if my colleagues are going to think about this, I certainly think that giving everyone a chance to have his number more than just right next door would be important. But at this point, I can't support this application due to my concerns about wildfire risk and public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cabalas, your turn.
It's hard for me to hear. Commissioner Shaddock, what was the last, did she say supports or does not?
She does not support this application.
Due to wildfire risk, because there is no fire district, is out of the boundaries, and public safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, again, thank you to the applicant and at least the one individual, Kyle Rangel, who came out. I'm actually inclined to support the application, and I'll attempt to offer my explanation. Ultimately, we have to do our best to base the decision on the various review criteria, and then there's the specific criterion related to short-term rentals. And on the matter of, for example, it was mentioned about access to water for fire protection, and I'm seeing in our packet, General Standards G, the short-term rental shall have an approved and reliable water source, well or public water, available for firefighting and meet standards for wastewater system. It says here that this criterion has been met. The property is supported by a well under a permit number. It limits the use of the groundwater from the well to fire protection, ordinary household purposes, etc. So it seems like there is water to try to address some of the fire protection issues. But I guess in summary, I would offer that recognizing that it's a very high wildfire risk area, there's no doubt about that, and it's difficult to get access there. I think we have been informed that the rural area road standards have been met based on the engineer's report. There is water to address fire issues. There will be a subsequent wildfire inspection once these fire pits will have to be removed. I'm inclined to support the application.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm also inclined to support the application. Staff was of the opinion that the criteria was met, and as were I believe the Planning Commission as well. And so I'm certainly willing to entertain the condition that Commissioner Shattuck McNally suggested, and I didn't know what kind of range you wanted to suggest with that, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly more than 500. Those are large parcels, and
there were quite a few people that were notified, though, initially. So it's not 500 feet from the building, it's 500 feet from the property line, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that included how many people, around 20-ish or so?
It was 13.
13, okay, well, close, but not exactly. So Commissioner Shattuck McNally, just wanted you to keep that in mind.
yeah, and I just think I didn't hear the 13, so I know that there's email lists. So how about to 1,000 foot? I'm not sure that's going to change my concern about wildfire risk, though, for sure. But I do appreciate you entertaining that, Madam Chair.
Sure.
That would help me sleep a little bit better at night. So I'm very aware of the risk in this community.
Sure. No, I understand that. So is the 500 feet listed in the criteria already, and that we would just be, oh, yeah, number 14, that's right. Okay, so we would add 1,000-foot radius of the STR to the motions. All right, well then I'll ask Commissioner Kafalis to make the motion on this then, please.
And just a point of clarification, Madam Chair, are you
Yes,
suggesting that number 14 condition of approval be changed from 500 to 1,000?
I am.
Oh, okay. So,
All right.
all right. I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the Heller there it is, right there. The Heller short-term rental, file number 24-zone 3625, subject to the conditions listed in our report, with the amendment to condition number 14, change 500-foot radius to 1,000-foot radius.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this?
No.
Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Did you hear nay? Sorry.
Oh, I didn't hear nay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I muted myself too quickly.
Okay.
Nay, Madam Chair.
Okay. So that motion passes 2-1. So we will move on to the next item on our agenda. That is the Bennett short-term rental. And I'll ask staff for a presentation on that.
Absolutely, and thank you everyone for staying this evening. I know it's been a long night. My name is Cassidy Fior. I'm a principal planner here at the county, and I'll be presenting on the Bennett short-term rental, file number 23-zone 3427. So a little bit of background here. This application is being considered under a different set of regulations than the previous application. So Larimer County short-term rental regulations were originally adopted on September 1st of 2019 and were subsequently updated on April 3rd of 2023. And the updated regulations came into effect on June 1st, 2023. The updated regulations made modifications to standards for short-term rentals as previously mentioned by Ms. Kelleton, including revised definitions, added local roadway and access or Appendix G standards, provided additional clarification of operational and safety standards, and added a minimum separation distance between short-term rentals in residential areas of 500 feet in most locations. This current application was submitted on January 20th of 2023, and this application is therefore being considered under the previous short-term rental regulations. In accordance with previous process, this property previously went through a life safety inspection, which was approved on September 3rd of 2024, and which initiated this planning request before you today. The request is an administrative special review to convert the existing single-unit residence on the property into a short-term rental with 2 bedrooms and 1 additional sleeping area for a max occupancy of 6 total guests allowed. The property owner and applicant is Jason Bennett. The property is located at 5001 Foothills Drive in Fort Collins, Colorado, and is located west of County Road 38E and in the Horsetooth Lake Estates subdivision. The property is currently zoned O open and has a lot size of 0.32 acres. It is currently developed with a single-unit residential use. It is served by Poudre Fire Authority with access from Foothills Drive, which is a public road not maintained by Larimer County, and is served by Spring Canyon Water and Sewer. There is 1 existing approved short-term rental within a 500-foot radius, and that is 23-zone 3426, which was approved in October of 2023. Here's just a larger map showing the property at the south end of the photo. The orange dot is the existing approved. And you can see that there are additional short-term rentals, but north of the subject property, not within the 500 feet radius. Here are some aerial photos. The blue line is a little bit off in terms of property lines, but it's shown with a green pin, and again from a different angle, showing access off of Foothills Drive. Similar to the last application, there is a planning process required to establish a short-term rental, which is defined pre-June 1st, 2023 as a dwelling rented to transient guests for short-term lodging when not occupied by the owner or operator. And in this case, the request is for less than or equal to 10 occupants, which limited that. The short-term rental use is classified as a commercial lodging facility and was permitted under previous regulations in the O open zone district following the administrative special review approval process, whereas currently it would require the special review if it came in today, similar to the application that you just heard. So here's a summary of the administrative special review procedure, and typically an administrative special review would not require Board of County Commissioner public hearing, but the director does have the option to elevate the request to the Board of County Commissioners, which has been selected in this case. Staff mailed 335 notices of this application on September 13th, 2024, and we received community comments from 5 different members of the community noting concerns with the proposal, found in Attachment E and the April 14th, 2025 memo with additional comments that was provided to you in hard copy and via email today. General concerns include but are not limited to increased traffic on the roadway, the proximity to other existing short-term rentals, incompatibility of a commercial short-term rental in a residential neighborhood, transient guests not obeying laws, roadway conditions, increased noise, and lack of parking availability. Staff requested referral agency review and comment from the following referral agencies, including the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, and the application did pass their program, Poudre Fire Authority, who provided comments based on the requirement for egress maps and portable fire extinguishers, Larimer County Code Compliance, Larimer County Building, Larimer County Environment and Health, and Larimer County Engineering. Larimer County Assessor, Spring Canyon Water and Sanitation District, Larimer County GIS, and Larimer County LIDA did not provide any comments. Following the initial referral period, the applicant did provide a revised operations manual and final floor plans that addressed referral agency comments and also provided a response to neighborhood comments. To approve an administrative special review application, the county commissioners must consider the following review criteria and find that each criterion has been met or determined to be inapplicable, in addition to the general review criteria found in Article 6.3.8.d. This includes that the proposed use has minimal impacts on existing and future development of the area, any impacts associated with the environment, wildlife, access, traffic, emergency services, utilities, parking, refuse areas, and other matters have been adequately addressed and or mitigated, that the recommendations of referral agencies have been considered and adequately addressed, if the property is within a GMA district, that the proposed use is consistent with the applicable supplementary regulations to the GMA district, or if none, with a comprehensive plan, and that the applicant has demonstrated that this project can meet applicable additional criteria listed in Article 3 use regulations. These are the applicable standards for short-term rentals with 10 or fewer occupants based on the previous land use code. So A through L, which is somewhat shorter than the last requirements that Ms. Culleton showed, but were standard in our previous code. As I mentioned, the administrative special review process authorizes the director to approve applications by which all criteria are met and there are no substantive issues. If the director determines that the application is unusually complex or raises potentially unique or serious impacts on the county or the surrounding areas, the director may refer the application to the Board of County Commissioners for decision pursuant to the same criteria under which the director would have been required to apply to that application. In this case, staff were unable to determine if 2 criteria had been met, and therefore the application has been referred to the Board of County Commissioners for a decision. The proposed administrative special review application for the Bennett STR meets the criteria found in section 3.3.5.b.2, but only meets 3 out of the 5 criteria in section 6.4.3. Staff does not have a conclusive determination on criteria 1 and 2 of section 6.4.3.d. Therefore, the Development Services team is not making a specific recommendation on the Bennett short-term rental, file number 23-zone3427, and has presented all of the information by which the Board of County Commissioners may base their deliberation and decision. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Cavallis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cassidy. One question that comes to mind, why did we do the life safety inspection in September? Doesn't that usually occur subject to an approval for a short-term rental?
So under the previous process, it was more common for the life safety inspection to occur first. We've now switched the order, so they run somewhat concurrently, but this was sort of common in the previous regulations to see the life safety inspection occur first.
One more, please. So it looks like, I believe it's the Poudre Fire Authority that has responsibility for this area. And could you talk a little bit about them as a referral agency? I think they indicated it met the International Fire Code regulations and fire extinguishers or whatever as part of the life safety. Did they not speak to access to those properties given the conditions of those roads?
That's correct, Commissioner. Poudre Fire Authority did not provide any specific comments with respect to access or the condition of the roadway. If I were to guess what they were reviewing and why they didn't comment on access, I would like to think that it was because of the dwelling being existing as a single unit residence. However, I did reach out for clarification and I haven't received a response yet, but I'm happy to provide that to you when I do receive one.
Please. Thank you. That's all for now.
Is that all for now? Okay. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, questions for staff?
Yeah, I'm looking at the maps. Forgive me, I just need a little help understanding how close are these houses to each other in the neighborhood?
Sure. Do you want me to pull up the map, Commissioner Shattuck McNally?
That would be helpful. I appreciate it, Cassidy. Thank you.
Is this image helpful?
Yes, that's very helpful. And that is a shared driveway with the other house?
Correct.
Off the road, Foothills Drive? Okay. That's what I needed to see. Okay. And did the Poudre Fire then do the wildfire mitigation zone ignition zone? When I see some trees there, did they do the wildfire ignition zone defensible space review?
So our sheriff's office actually completed that review and they did pass that inspection.
Okay, even with the trees there?
Correct.
Okay. I thought so, but I just wanted to confirm what I thought I read. So that's hard trying to go back and forth between my Zoom screen and my documents online. All right. I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else, Commissioner Cavallis? Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the map that shows the number of short-term rentals in that neighborhood. Maybe we could pull that up again. Looks like there are a total of 5, perhaps. Am I reading that correctly? I don't know what that lower one is.
I believe there would be 6, but only 1 within the 500 feet.
Okay.
On this map.
All right. Do we know, have there been any complaints that have gone to our, through our complaint process regarding those short-term rentals up in that neighborhood?
I'm not aware of any complaints for the existing short-term rentals. I do believe, and unfortunately code compliance isn't here to speak to this, that there was a complaint regarding an unpermitted short-term rental in the area. But again, I can look into that further if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
All right, we'll have the applicant come up. Jason Bennett, and you'll have 10 minutes to speak.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jason Bennett. I am the applicant and also the homeowner and do reside at the property in question. The reason why, I guess I'll start with, I think we're here is, so I was through the process as far as I understood, and then the comment cards got sent out. And I received 2 of those comments back. I know your document said 5. I was able to see 2 of those within a reasonable time there, about 6 months ago, whenever that was. And really, those were comments that were just blanket statements on, we don't like Airbnbs, we don't want Airbnbs in our HOA. Our HOA has ruled against this. And it seemed like, and I can't confirm, but it seemed like these 2 people were from up the hill off of Overhill Drive, which does not connect with Foothills. So I kind of took that as like, well, I guess if that's what creates this type of a hearing, then I will show up for the hearing and I'll easily explain that we are not part of that HOA on Foothills Drive, and those streets don't match up at all. So there would be no way for anybody on Overhill or any of the other spur roads off of there to even know what was going on, whether there was a short-term, long-term, or a permanent residence in my property. 2 weeks ago, I was informed from my next-door neighbor that he was opposed to this. Now, this was a shock to me. I had no idea. I had been working on the property for almost 2 years. We'd had conversations about it. If I knew that there's people immediately around me that did really, really, really oppose to this, I may have thought this through, gone a different direction. This has been a very expensive process to meet the requirements of the county. And I've done all that and got through the inspections, and then to be surprised like this was kind of a shock. It's like, okay, well, what are your concerns? We talked for approximately 3 hours. And I kind of broke it down to, there's a couple of different things here. There's the nuisance of it, which I understand. Like, yes, if in a perfect world, nobody wants to live next to people they don't know. I understand that. I don't want people I don't know in my house. Like, I'm very resistant to renting this at all. I love this property. I want to keep it similar to the last homeowner gentleman here. This is the only way that I could see a way to keep the property going forward. I'm trying to dig out of debt, not trying to turn this into some kind of major business. Don't intend to have any other properties. Don't see any other way for me to ever do this. This is strictly me. This is my home. This is my home. I'm asking for the opportunity to make the decisions on how I manage it and who I put in there. Not dictated by anybody else. Primarily, my intentions are fireman. So I'm a fireman with PFA, just for full disclosure there. I work out of Station 4 on Rescue 4. I drive Rescue 4. This is in my area. My house is in my area. Our first due. So one of the issues and one of the concerns I know Brian has is the road. Foothills Road is excellent compared to many other county roads. Believe me, I've been up a lot of them. I've fought fire up on the hill off of Overhill. I've run medicals on Foothills. I've run medicals up on Skyline, all throughout the whole Horsetooth area. Foothills is the best easily accessed road for any emergency services. So that right there, I can speak that firsthand. I drive the biggest truck in town. We can get within 50 feet of my house. Like, it's not an issue. Water supplies, all that stuff. Wildfire mitigation. I was a wildland firefighter for 10 years before I ever got on with PFA 20 years ago. So I've got experience in that. I understand the county came out and looked at that. I ended up clear cutting my whole backyard to mitigate all those concerns. So really what I think it comes down to is the nuisance stuff. And I've told him, and I'll tell you, I don't want parties. We have had potential problems with the other Airbnb that's within that 500 feet. Now, this is a bigger place. They've got a whole floor that has pool tables and ping pong balls. It's set up to rent to parties, right? It's got, they've had upwards of a dozen guests there. It's got bunk beds in all the rooms. I, on the other hand, have a 2-bedroom home. That's it. And the only reason why I requested that additional sleeping area was because I grew up in a family of 5, and being a family of 4 was a lot easier than being a family of 5 for staying at places like this. I just wanted to be able to extend that to any people that happen to have 3 children. Well, I'm looking to rent to primarily firefighters to begin with. So this is guys in academy that come into this town, come to this community. It's not easy. We've heard that over and over again tonight, how hard it is to find lodging and housing in this community. It's expensive. And while these guys are going through academy, I think it'd be a nice option to have that variability and flexibility of the time frame I rent to these people. I want them to have to sign a year-long lease just so they can get their academy, not even know if they're going to make it through and get the full-time job to buy a house in our community. However, I do want the option, because that's not going to be a steady thing. You know, I want to live up there at times of the year. I want to go spend time up there still. So again, another reason for not wanting long-term renters up there. And yes, I mean, I will look at the Airbnb option as well. I don't think we're in the wild, wild west of Airbnbs anymore. I mean, they have, looking at their stuff, they've got all kinds of mitigation factors and processes to make sure that neighbors stay happy, that owners stay happy, and guests stay happy. There's a review on every guest. There's all kinds of neighborhood support tools on there. So it's already in that system. And my intention is to also be very careful who I rent to. I don't want college kids in there just that are looking. I don't want anybody that's going to give me the impression that they're going to, one, damage my property and make it a pain for me, and two, make noise or cause any disturbances in the neighborhood. Again, it's not a business. I know Brian's going to talk here. He's my next door neighbor. We get along fine. Other than the fact that would have appreciated a heads up about this months ago, and I wouldn't have maybe gone to the process of spending the money that I did. Just for instance, one of the requirements from the county is egress windows, right? So on the second floor in one of the bedrooms, there's a casement window that swings open while the back end swings back. So we had like a 3-inch discrepancy there of an egress window for somebody to theoretically jump out the window during a fire, which I can't imagine anybody would ever want to do. Well, I spent $3,800 to try to mitigate that, and did. So I have over $10,000 in this, and they're all things like that to meet these requirements and inspections. So I would like to get that money back, and I would appreciate it if you could approve this this permit. And I'm going to leave it short because I don't think I need to say too much more about this other than answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason? Commissioner Cafalas?
Yeah, I'll start with a couple of questions. Thank you, Jason Bennett. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Sure.
Thanks for being a firefighter. Could you help allay my confusion? You currently live there, and your intentions are to live there while this might potentially be rented?
Yeah, I mean, I work 48 hours shifts, so I'm gone a lot. Just down in town, 15 minutes away. There's times when I'm not there. There's times when I deploy. I just got back from Tennessee, in fact, on the floods. So it's like the house is open a lot, which I think the neighbors would like. It's quiet. And when I'm not there, my plan is to stay at my girlfriend's house. I have no problem providing an address to the team, if they need the address for the sake of who's the property manager.
And I may have misheard, but I understood that you wanted to try to target your renters as firefighters or new firefighters attending academy, and I'm not sure which firefighting academy. I think there's a fire training program out at Ames, but I'm not sure. And you said something about a year-long lease to those folks. Could you?
Yeah, that's just an example of one of the highest priorities for me to people to get in there. We host an academy right now. There's 11 folks going through it on Vine Drive, so right down the street. There's also conferences. There's other, people that come through for short terms. For those guys, it's just the reason I want to do that is because I really believe that we're losing. That's a big thing with the fire service. It's hard for firemen to live in their own communities that they live in. The younger guys, it's just really unaffordable. And so, if I can give them some time, give them a place to kind of get settled, then they can make purchases and not be stuck into a lease, maybe out in Greeley or Denver or whatever, and having to make those commutes. That's one of the reasons that I really want this to be short term, not necessarily long term.
And of course, you understand that if you rent your home to someone or someone's 30 days or more, that's not a short-term rental.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm applying for. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm applying for this. I still want to use the Airbnb option as well, and be very judicious and responsible about who I put in there.
Okay, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shattuck McNally, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, first one is for the applicant. I'm looking at your application and maybe I'm just missing it. Are you going to be the property manager to respond within an hour? And what happens when you're on duty or you're in Tennessee?
Yeah, that's a good question. I will be to start out. Again, I'm like the previous owner. I don't have the funds to hire that out. I've got a son who's turned 23, and he's also a fireman actually works for Larimer County Emergency Services. So that's probably where we're going with the backup plan for that, and or my girlfriend, who, if we get down to that, I'll have to identify her name and number and put it into that.
But you understand there has to be someone listed so that the folks, when you hand out notification to your neighbors, they know. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm available now. There's no. I mean,
so there was a report that was given, kind of engineering report that talked about the roads. Did you get to see that report from, forgot the name of the group. It looks like a separate outside independent agency. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen what Brian, Mr. Pardo, has been trying to dig up on the roads, and I mean, he's very concerned about the access, and I think the rest of the neighbors up there all agree that it's pretty good. I mean, there is an old. I know I'm somewhat aware of the original plot for the neighborhood wasn't followed 30 years ago, and so there is no turnaround at the end of our street there. There's no cul-de-sac, which would make things easier for emergency vehicles, and I think the biggest issue these days is Amazon and other deliveries like that. However, it's not trouble to back out of there. It's really not at all. It's super easy. I can do it with a 40,000 pound, 40 foot long rescue truck. So.
Thank you. I was looking at the emergency services and who to call. So I'm just trying to look in your. So let's see you. So you're willing to get more people listed on the property manager, because you may not be able to. I have someone in emergency services for over 30 years. You can't just drop everything to go respond when you're on the streets.
No, but I'm also covering the area that the house is in. So it's not like leaving the zone.
Yeah, still not kind of meets the standard. So I think that's all I have questions for you right now. I do have a question for staff, if I might, Madam Chair.
Of course, go ahead.
So staff, you're saying we're looking at this on the old rules?
That's correct.
So can you share with me the transferability of they earn these and then it increases the home value? So what is the rules for the old homes? Remind me, because it's off. It's almost 8 o'clock and I'm trying to remind myself what the old rules were.
The same transferability requirements apply.
So if they have one, they only can transfer once?
That's correct.
Or not at all if they're the after 2022, correct? Or 2023?
Correct.
Okay, so this one can transfer once. So I know we have some folks who are advertising, saying that, they're advertising these homes at Nessus Valley that are not following that. So, so the applicant's aware of that. I hope.
Are we talking about transferring the short-term permit to if I sold the place? I guess I assumed all along that it wasn't transferable. I figured the next person had to go through all this. So.
All right, I appreciate it. That's all I have for right now, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Okay, I don't have anything right now, so you can take a seat and we'll open public comment.
Appreciate it.
We'll call you back up if we have questions.
Okay.
Thanks. So we're going to open to public comment, and who would like to give public comment? Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes, and we'll have you introduce yourself, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Apologize, I threw my pack out this weekend.
Well, it's all right. There's been a lot of sitting today, so
Oh, yeah.
we're all
I
going
almost had to lay down, but I wouldn't have made it back up. Hello, my name is Brian Pardo, and I'm the owner of 4925 Foothills Drive. I'm here today to formally and respectfully request the denial of application for another short-term rental on our road. The applicant lives directly next door to me, and his house is only approximately 20 feet from my entry door and residence. I have major concerns and am against his request for many different reasons. Please refer to my additional notes for consideration that I submitted this morning. But now, I'd like you to focus specifically on the continued and worsening effect that it would have on the road. Please also refer to and place emphasis on the civil engineering site assessment letter that I included and submitted in my comments packet. It has been well known and documented that the Horsetooth Lake Estates Homeowners Association is currently in the process of attempting to formally and legally remove Foothills Drive, along with a couple of other roads, from the HOA. It's still in the process and hasn't been formally finalized yet. It is specifically and has been noted as such because of the terrible condition of and primarily South Foothills Drive. I live on South Foothills Drive and have been here for the past 25 years. There's currently already another short-term rental on our road, only a couple houses down from me. Allowing another one would only compound and worsen a situation that has become very bad. I bought this property and built my house with the understanding that it was a single-family residence zoned area and that dense residential or commercial type uses would not be allowed en masse. So I'm here to respectfully request that you deny the applicant's submission for another short-term rental on Foothills Drive based on the current narrow, steep, hazardous, and unsafe conditions of the road. I believe that allowing another short-term rental in our neighborhood would not be compatible with the surrounding area and doesn't protect the overall character of the community. Approving another short-term rental on our road would only add to the overall adverse impact that has already been happening for many years and only continues to get worse. Should you decide to approve it, and I hope you do not, that it would be without some important modifications and improvements to at least the south end of Foothills Drive, as I feel it has without question been shown and demonstrated within the documentation and pictures that I have submitted to the county and for this hearing. I'm pleading for your help in denying the application and not contributing to making an already bad situation worse. Thank you kindly for your consideration.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to give public comment? Seeing no hands raised, is there anyone online?
There are no members of the public online.
There are no members online. All right, then we will close public comment, bring it back to the commission. Oh, no, actually, you get 5 minutes of rebuttal. So, Jason, you can rebut what you've heard here.
Yeah, I mean, all I'll say about the road is I don't believe it's as bad as what Brian thinks, and he's got his opinion, and I know he's had issues in the past. It's a very gentle grade up Foothills. That's the steepness is not an issue. The way my driveway ties into Foothills is a little funky. However, I don't, in a lot of his documentation that he sent into the county that I was able to read, I would never use the word dangerous. Like it's really not dangerous. I think worst case scenario for me is that we'll get a little bit of spinning in the gravel and I'll have ruts and I'll have to do more maintenance, which is also part of the plan of all this, is to try to dig out of debt a little bit and have some money to be able to hopefully improve the driveway even more. At its current situation right now, it's not in bad shape at all. But if we get some ruts in there, and if I didn't maintain it, and then we had high rains, then yes, it's going to look ugly more than anything. It's going to be bumpy. However, in no way whatsoever is it dangerous. So, thank you.
All right, commissioners, any questions for staff or the applicant before we head into deliberation?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff, and I don't know if you feel comfortable answering, so if you're not, I understand. But looking at this independent report by a outside engineering firm, did you read that and have any concerns about it meeting our standards for the short-term rentals?
I can take a stab and I'll look to David if he has any opinions on this one. We did review all the material that we received, including the materials submitted by neighbors. However, in our review, the access standards contained in Appendix G are not applicable to this application. Part of the reason why we did not make a conclusive determination was because obviously neighbors had raised concerns around traffic and access, and we couldn't speak to those as fully. And it's not typical for planning to take an independent study submitted by a neighbor as expert testimony on behalf of the planning department. So yes, we did review it. I don't think that we are in a position to speak to its accuracy, but I'll look to David Pringle to see if he has anything he'd like to add.
With a brief read-through of what they submitted, it appears that they concluded their statement off of the Larimer County urban area street standards, and I believe this is out of Fort Collins GMA, so it should have been done to the Larimer County rural area road standards, and without being out there to take measurements and stuff, I don't know how it would look like compared to those, but the report was based off of the urban area street standards.
That's helpful, thank you. That was one of my questions you answered. Madam Chair, I have another one real quick.
Please go ahead.
If I might talk to the applicant. I know he just went and sat down, and I apologize.
That's okay, he's on his way back up.
Okay.
I'm up. I'm ready.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for coming back up to answer my question. Can you share with certainty how much you think you're renting this, and are you really looking just to support firefighters? And like I said, my uncle was a firefighter. I get this. I know how much we thank you for your service. We know how you run into danger all the time to protect us all. So I want you to know that I really am grateful for your service. But I just wanted to understand. I know you wanted to get back your money that you made, but is your really what is your? Are you saying that today, or what is what you're hoping to do with this property?
Yeah, I mean, that's my number one intent. And I'm looking at a list of like who would be in there in my head, right? And that would be my first choice. Second choice, it may end up being a fireman that needs to be there long term, that I wouldn't even need to be here getting this approval. However, I feel like as the homeowner, and I have a right to, I would love to have the right, if I got the permit, to be able to decide case by case who goes in there. Beyond that, I see it, if it goes on the Airbnb, it's probably mostly seasonal. I don't see too many people want to be up there in the winter, but lake goers that don't have a lot of options up there. And I'm looking at putting a family in there or a couple, I'm going to be really, really restrictive and try to be very responsible. That was my intent before any of this, but now even more so with knowing that the neighbor, probably more like 30 feet away is really concerned. I don't want to do anything to, inconvenience him. But
I appreciate that.
Ultimately, yes, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't need some income.
So you would you would be open to renting it year round because you would have the license, but you understand the neighbor's concerns and understand the sensitivity of that.
Correct. I've gone this far. I'd like to have the option to do it under 30 days as well. Okay.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question while you're up there? I'm just going to jump in. So with the road condition, is the HOA responsible for the roads, or individual homeowners responsible for the roads? What's the road maintenance sort of situation?
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to bring comments back up. Brian could probably actually talk to this history better than me. I didn't know about it until his complaints a couple of weeks ago. I moved in there, bought the place under the assumption we had no HOA, which I guess it turns out was a verbal agreement between the lower section of Horseshoe Estates and then the upper section. If you look at the map, they don't attach. Like, there's no access at all between Overhill and everything that's off Overhill, and that's where they do have an HOA, and then us Foothills. There's been some resistance from the Foothills, my understanding, the Foothills members all along to not join that, and there's been a verbal agreements, and they've been trying to, I guess they had a vote a few years ago, and everybody, it's already in the way to go that we were excluded from the HOA, and I think the big part of it is because they don't want the additional maintenance of Foothills. Granted, neighbors, including Brian, have done a lot of work on the road to try to just maintain it themselves. I've had my particular portion re-asphalted, or not asphalted, sorry, road-based a couple of times now. That's just something, I figure we have to do. There's another gentleman that plows occasionally, and really that's, in my opinion, it's a very accessible road. There's not, again, it's bumpy. There's been some drama and fighting amongst the neighbors. Last year we had some heavy rains, just as far as how the drainage runs on the road, because it will rut it out in certain areas. So we'll have one neighbor come out and dig a ditch to try to get the water to run one way, which makes another neighbor not happy. I've tried to stay out of all that, because to me it's like a two-wheel drive can still get in there, no problem. There's maybe 2 or 3 days out of the year when we get really heavy snows that a two-wheel drive would not do well. And then now, I'm going to try really hard not to be renting that during those times, because now we have a parking issue. If they can't get up there, according to my application, there's 2 parking spots right up in my driveway. If they can't get up in the driveway, then they'll be on the road causing issues with the neighbors. So that is something I want to definitely avoid and make very clear of anybody that's in there that, hey, this is where you can park, not on the road.
Thank you. So you're responsible for your own road maintenance. The HOA doesn't do anything, and there's no sort of public improvement district that would work.
That's my understanding at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant before we let him sit down? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to clarify something. You can sit down.
Okay.
Just regarding the transferability, I believe Commissioner Shattuck McNally asked a question earlier and we misspoke with the answer. Since if this application were approved today, it would be effective after June 1st of 2023, meaning that the license is not transferable. It would only be transferable to family. So if this application were approved today, it's not under those previous transferability regulations. It's under our current only to family.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. All right.
Thanks for that clarification. I was kind of like going, I need to go back and read those again. So I appreciate the clarification.
All right. Any further questions for staff for the applicant before we begin deliberations?
I do not have any additional questions.
Commissioner Shattuck McNally, any questions?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. I know we're at the end here.
Okay.
Not at this point.
Commissioner Kvass, I think it's your turn to start deliberations, so I'll let you go.
Okay. Thank you. Again, appreciate the applicant, the application, the intention, at least one neighbor coming to offer their concerns. The thing I struggle with is, there are these specific review criteria, and as is indicated based on the previous regulations, our planning staff are not able to make a determination regarding criteria 1 and 2, and in particular criterion 2, which reads, any impacts associated with the environment, wildlife access, traffic, emergency services, utilities, parking, etc., and other adverse impacts have been adequately addressed and are mitigated. I don't believe that the road conditions, as we've seen in photographs, and not disputing the comment by the applicant saying that as a emergency responder, this is one of the better roads. I mean, the pictures, it's hard to reconcile that statement with what the pictures show, where there's slopes, there's exposed culverts, there's a road cover or asphalt that's broken away. I guess when it rains, when the road looks in pretty bad shape, and I think that's problematic. So, because I don't believe that criterion 2 has been adequately addressed, I am not able to support this application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shattuck McNally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the applicant and his neighbor being here today and being here so late at the end of the hearing. I know it's been a long evening, and I want to just thank you for your time. To the applicant, I know how much time and money you've put into this, and I'm sure it's really been frustrating. Because it's under the old criteria, and we have the 1 and 2 to kind of refer to, and we got a lot of photo evidence of the conditions of the road, and also just concerned about. I know you don't want to pay for property manager, but it's really important that there's someone can respond on your behalf within the hour, and sometimes it will take a while to get up there, especially on certain days or nights when it's pretty crowded at the reservoir. I really been struggling with this all day, trying to figure out how we can support you, but I do think with the density, this would just add, even though it's the old criteria, it's still within the 500, and I just think we need to get kind of consistent, even if it's under the old criteria. So I just really feel for the applicant, but I just really can't feel comfortable supporting this application going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I feel the same way. I'm not sure review criteria 1 or 2 have been met. Certainly the conditions of the road are concerning, and some of the drainage issues make that situation even worse. And as far as minimal impacts on existing and future development, I think it does have impacts. The neighbors are the neighborhood's fairly dense. There's already a short-term rental there, so I think it would affect the development in the area as it exists today. So I won't be supporting this, and I will ask, Commissioner, who made the last motion? I can't remember. All right, Commissioner Shattuck McNally, will you make the motion on this item, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that the Board of County Commissioners deny the Bennett short-term rental file number 23-ZONE 3427. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. And so that application is denied. And with that, we are adjourned for the night. Thank you.